Good morning, everybody. I am going to call the Interim Finance Committee Subcommittee on Education Accountability to order this morning. I want to say good morning to everyone joining us here in Las Vegas. I see we have some folks in Carson City and perhaps some watching online as well. So good morning and thank you for joining us. Before we get started, I will ask our secretary to please call the roll.
Senator Dondero Loop.
Here.
Senator Titus.
Here.
Vice Chair Canizaro.
Here.
Assemblywoman Anderson.
Present.
Assemblyman Gray.
Here.
Assemblywoman Howdigi.
Here.
Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno. Assemblyman O'Neill. Chair Yeager.
I am here. We do have a quorum. We will mark Assemblyman O'Neill as absent excused. Again, we do have a quorum, and before we move on to the agenda, I did just want to make a couple of comments. We are on our maiden voyage in this subcommittee, so this is the first time in the history of the state that we've had this particular subcommittee meeting, and so I just wanted to, let folks know who are watching that this subcommittee was established under Assembly Bill 399 from the last legislative session. And while I'm not going to read the entire bill, I will just highlight what the mission of this committee is. And I'll read from page 2 of the bill. The general objectives and functions of the subcommittee are to discuss, evaluate, and make recommendations related to accountability in public education in this state to improve the educational achievements and outcome for pupils. And then the bill does go on to talk about things that the committee can look at, but I just wanted to remind everybody that this is part of ongoing legislative efforts to, I guess, be more in the loop in terms of what's going on in education, and with the aim of being a partner with the Department of Education and our various school districts as we move forward. So nothing that happens today is meant to be confrontational. This is meant to continue a discussion that started in the last legislative session about where things are with the various school districts. And then the statute does require that we meet 2 times per year. So this is our first time meeting this year, obviously, but I do anticipate we'll have another meeting likely sometime in the fall after the school year starts. So we will reach out and let you know about that. In terms of how today's agenda will go, you have the agenda in front of you. Unless things go extraordinarily fast and faster than anticipated, I do anticipate we will take a lunch break at some point, which will probably be about 30 minutes, and I'll try to make that a hard 30 minutes because I know folks are spending their day here and have other things to get on to as well. And so we'll just kind of monitor that. I don't know yet what time that will be. We'll see how the agenda comes along. With that being said, we're going to go to our first item on the agenda, which is public comment. So if there's anyone who'd like to give public comment, either here in Las Vegas or up in Carson City, if you want to come forward to the table, please. And public comment will be limited to 2 minutes per speaker. I don't see anyone coming to the table here in Las Vegas. And how about in Carson City? I don't see anyone coming to the table there either. As a note, there will be a second round of public comment at the end of the agenda. So if something on today's agenda piques your interest and you want to give public comment at the end, we can do that. I will ask BPS if we could go to the phone lines and see if there's any public comment there waiting for us.
Thank you, Chair. To provide public comment, please press *9 on your phone to take your place in the queue or raise hand in your Zoom window. Caller, you're unmuted. Please proceed.
Hi, this is Adrienne Santiago, Executive Director for Northern Nevada Literacy Council. And Northern Nevada Literacy Council is the recipient of the Early Childhood Literacy Innovative Program Eclipse Grant for fiscal year 23-24. And we're very, very happy that we'll be continuing to be funded for 24-25. And NNLC's mission is to help adult learners achieve their educational and career goals. For 48 years, NNLC has been offering literacy programs to Northern Nevada communities. As a community-based 501c3 nonprofit organization, NNLC's mission is to help low-income, low-literacy adult learners achieve their educational goals as a pathway into vocational training and/or post-secondary education and employment. NNLC achieves this mission by providing free adult basic education classes to adults seeking a certificate of high school equivalency. NNLC offers literacy classes to improve reading, writing, and speaking English. NNLC's family reading program takes a holistic approach to literacy and education in the home by helping parents learn literacy skills with their children. Our citizenship program prepares adult learners for the U.S. Citizenship Immigration Services, naturalization exam, and interview. NNLC's Learn and Learn program helps youth 16 to 24 achieve a high school equivalency, enter post-secondary education, vocational training, and the workforce. Effective early childhood literacy programs are critical for laying the foundation for lifelong learning and success. By engaging children into activities that promote language development, vocabulary building, and comprehensive skills, these programs foster a love for reading and empower children with essential tools for academic achievement. By prioritizing these key components, early childhood literacy programs can empower young children to become confident readers and lifelong learners, setting them on a pathway of academic success and fulfillment. Since 1978, Northern Nevada Literacy Council understands the need for literacy programs, especially early childhood literacy programs. Our family reading program enhances the effect of early literacy by taking a multi-generational approach. This family reading program has been invaluable, especially to our Native American families, English language families, refugees, relocated families, fostering a culture of literacy within families and communities. These programs recognize the crucial role that parents, grandparents, and other caregivers play in a child's literacy development and aims to engage and support multi-generational and promoting literacy skills. Overall, multi-generational early childhood literacy programs have the power to transform communities by nurturing a love for reading, strengthening family bonds, and empowering children to reach their full potential. By investing in these programs, we can create a brighter future for our generations to come. NNLC is very grateful for the Eclipse funding that has allowed us to present the family reading program to over 1,000 children and their families across Northern Nevada, improving literacy skills in the home and helping these families. We're excited to continue this work into fiscal year 24-25. We thank the Nevada Department of Education for this partnership opportunity to address the literacy needs of our community. And I've sent him some photos of our Saturday reading program that's held every Saturday from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. here in Reno. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment.
Chair, there are no additional public commenters at this time.
All right, thank you so much, BPS. At this time, we will close public comment. By way of reminder, there will be another series of public comment at the end of the meeting before we adjourn. At this time, we'll move on to agenda item number 3. That is an overview and discussion from the Department of Education regarding, and then we have 5 different sub-items. So I believe we have our Superintendent Ebert with us, I think, in Carson City. So first, before we get started, I did want to thank the department for providing the slide presentations ahead of time. I think that was very useful to have those to be able to look at, and then also useful for members who don't sit on this committee to be able to go and look at those in the Nellis system. So I think probably the way we should go about agenda item 3 is taking each of the sub-items in order, and I think we'll have a brief presentation and then opportunity for folks to ask questions. So without further ado, Ms. Ebert, if you are there, the monitor doesn't show me Carson City right now, so I'm hoping you're coming to the table, and welcome you to the meeting, and please proceed when you're ready.
Thank you, Speaker, as well as members of this committee. We're really excited to be able to share our work with you today under item number 3. There are 2 main functions, as you know, of the Department of Education. We cover a lot of different areas, but one is to make sure that all of the policy, federal and state, regulations regulations are followed and implemented, and number two is support. And so this very first presentation does exactly that, looking at federal requirements that we have within the state, and then those supports to provide to our school districts and the state public charter school authority, roughly 700 schools that we serve, as well as almost 500,000 students. So with that, I would love to turn the time over to my colleagues. To my right, I have Director Peter Zutz and also Maria Sauter.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Peter Zutz, and I oversee the Office of Assessment, Data, and Accountability Management at the Department of Education. I want to thank you for the time today to present an overview of the Nevada School Performance Framework, sometimes referred to as the NSPF. Let's begin with why we have a Nevada School Performance Framework. It is mandated both by Nevada State Law, NRS 385A-600, and federally under ESSA, requiring the Department of Education to maintain an accountability system that meaningfully differentiates school performance and that reports publicly on school performance relative to student growth, proficiency, student group performance gaps, graduation rates, and college and career readiness on an annual basis. Under ESSA and at its highest level, the United States Department of Education requires 5 components or indicators be included in a state's accountability system. However, ESSA provides states latitude to determine how those 5 indicators are measured and weighted. In just a moment, we'll look at each school's indicators and measures. Before looking at those, it's important to remember that the NSPF is not just a compliance-based framework, but was devised from the ground up to be in service to Nevada schools and districts. The Nevada School Performance Framework uses a star rating system and is designed to summarize the performance of a school based on specific indicators and measures unique to each school level. The performance indicators are used in the designation of schools for targeted support. Page turn. Now let's take a look at the components of the NSPF. Here we are looking at an overview of the structure of the NSPF. At its highest level, the NSPF uses this structure for all schools to earn points for any number of the measures. The points earned in each measure roll up into a performance indicator or indicator score. The indicator scores are then added together to produce a total index score. The index score is then mapped to a performance level. The measures and indicators are customized for elementary, middle, and high school levels. Points available for each measure and indicator may vary between school level frameworks. However, each framework has a total of 100 possible points. Let's take a look at the elementary school framework. As mentioned, for the elementary school framework, there are 5 indicators: academic achievement, growth, English language proficiency, opportunity gaps, and student engagement. You can see each indicator's point value for elementary school, and that growth is the most highly weighted component of the framework at 35 points. Below each indicator are the measures that earn points for that indicator. For example, for the student engagement indicator, a total of 10 points are available to earn by reducing chronic absenteeism rates. Again, each level's rating system has 5 indicators, which are made up of different academic and non-academic measures. Schools receive points based on their students' performance in these measures. Again, points are then added together to produce an overall index score, which is translated into a star rating. This slide shows the individual measures for elementary school and their maximum point value. Elementary school uses the Smarter Balanced Assessment System for Math and English Language Arts and the Science Assessment in Grade 5. Read by 3 is an additional measure used for elementary school with the pooled proficiency rate. Now let's move on to the middle school framework, which is very similar to the elementary framework we just looked at and includes academic achievement, growth, English language proficiency, opportunity gaps, and student engagement. You can see again that growth is the most highly weighted component of the framework, but 5 points less than the elementary framework, with those 5 points now being applied to student engagement for academic learning plans and 8th grade credit requirements per NAC 389. Here we're looking at the point values for the middle school framework. Again, as mentioned, they're very similar to the elementary framework except for the distribution of points across the framework in the student engagement indicator, which again in the middle school framework includes academic learning plans and 8th grade sufficiency, credit sufficiency, excuse me. And finally, here is the high school framework. Its indicators are academic achievement, graduation rates, English language proficiency, college and career readiness, and student engagement. This slide provides the point distribution of the high school framework. You can see that the high school framework includes a couple of indicators specific to high school that were not used in either the elementary or the middle school framework. These two indicators are graduation rates and college and career readiness, which are both measures under the student engagement indicator. And we'd like to close by providing a sample report. All of the information we just presented to you, again, the high-level architecture of the NSPF, its point earning values, are available to all Nevada stakeholders 24/7. And if we can, I think you maybe just have to remove that. Or if we can't do it, we can't do it. Is there a way to show the internet live? If we exit out of the presentation, does that do it? Go down here, open that. Fantastic. What you're looking at, thank you so much for your patience, everyone. We'll just take one more minute, but this is very valuable because, again, everything we talked about, including the detailed points and weights for each one of the measures under each indicator at each school level, are available to see for any one of the schools. For example, you're looking at the NevadaReportCard.com. We're just going to select up at the top, district and schools. Randomly, we're just going to randomly select a school. And let's do Washoe, since we have some Washoe folks. And let's choose, how about Reno High, if there's no objections. And then hit go. And now scroll up just a hair. You're going to see the school rating report. Click on that. Now, this is fully downloadable, but it's also dynamic online. So if, scroll down a little bit, you can see all of the indicators we spoke about. Under each one of those indicators are the points earned for each one of the measures at this specific school. You can click on any one of the measures. And now you'll have a complete breakdown for that school, disaggregated by different student populations. You'll have charts. All of this is downloadable in PDF form, so we encourage you to visit the site. Also, we'd like to call out one other unique functionality of the Nevada School Performance Framework, which we believe is unique across the nation. If you click up here, you'll notice at the top right it says in Espanol. So here you can see everything we just looked at completely brought over into Spanish. It's a very powerful communication tool. I want to thank you for your time. You may have to back out, but
Okay.
thanks for your patience. Okay. I appreciate it.
Good morning. My name is Maria Sauter. I'm director of the Office of Student and School Supports, and I'll be continuing this presentation on how the department utilizes the framework that Director Zetz just overviewed for you in how we use that data to support schools. There we go. Revisiting what Director Zetz just explained, the performance indicators are combined to create a school index score of 100 points. The index score is translated into a star rating of 1 through 5 based on predetermined thresholds indicated in the Nevada Every Student Succeeds Act state plan. A 1-star is not meeting standards to a 5-star, which is superior. We will now take a look at how the 1- and 2-star schools are distributed across Nevada. I do want to point out an unintended error. Obviously, there's not 419 3-star schools, because that would be way over the total number of schools we have in Nevada. That number should be 179. I apologize for that. The table on the left does represent the current number of schools in each star rating. Most school improvement efforts are focused on the 1- and 2-star schools. The table on the right shows a year-over-year number of schools at each rating within each district, including the State Public Charter School Authority. Nevada accepted the flexibilities afforded the states due to incomplete data during the COVID-19 school years, and star ratings were carried over until the 2022-23 school year. Oops, there we go. Once each school is evaluated within the framework indicators and given a total index score, schools are ranked, ordered, and given federal designation in accordance with the Every Student Succeeds Act. The most focused on designations for the department are additional targeted supports and interventions, or ATSI, comprehensive support and interventions, or CSI, and a new additional designation for CSI schools that do not exit status within 3 years. These are labeled CSI with a more rigorous intervention, or MRI schools. Targeted supports and interventions are identified by the department and then supported by the districts. This table illustrates the number of ATSI, CSI, and TSI schools that have been designated over the past 4 years. There was a drop in CSI schools in the 2022-23 school year. This is due to a change in the Nevada Every Student Succeeds Act business rules for designating CSI schools in 2022. It removed non-Title I schools from the list. Also, we do have 2021-22 data, and happy to provide that for you. We did give designations. We did not give star ratings during those years. So we do have the 21-22 school year CSI, ATSI, and TSI data. And this graph is included to illustrate that data tells many stories. The blue lines show index scores of CSI schools in school year 2018-19. The gold line are the same schools' index scores in school year 21-22. And the gray line represents index scores in school year 22-23. Whenever the gray line exceeds the gold, it demonstrates the school's ability to recover from the COVID effects. A comparison of the blue and gray line illustrates the achievement gap that still exists in our CSI schools. This slide represents each federally designated category with the current school counts and the percentage of total schools they represent across Nevada. The bottom layer of the pyramid represents the universal or Tier 1 supports that include all non-designated schools. The school count of 561 in the universal category also includes 51 non-titled 1- and 2-star schools that are not federally designated. The supports for the designated schools in the top 3 tiers are funded mainly through federal funding. Federal, state, and local funds are used for the lower 2 tiers. NDE is combining agency federal and state fundings to create a coherent system of support for all of Nevada's underperforming schools. The department utilizes evidence-based supports as reviewed by What Works Clearinghouse and Evidence for ESSA databanks. Coherence and clarity is the first step to improving educational systems. These 3 systems will assist districts and states to better track interventions, funding, and impact. Our lowest federally designated schools that have not exited status in 3 years, or more rigorous intervention schools, are required to incorporate these 6 essentials into their improvement plans. Other schools are highly encouraged to use these as guides to improvement. By utilizing the 6 essentials, each school will be supported on looking at their data and aligning high-quality, culturally responsive programs, practices, and policies to meet the full range of school improvement and student needs. The supports listed on this slide are available to all 1- and 2-star schools, including the federally designated schools of MRI, CSI, and ATSI. These topics have been focused on due to results from internal data analysis, focus groups with parents and educators, and alignment to governor's ACing accountability. And with that, we welcome any questions at this time, or if you want to wait until further presentations by NDE.
Thank you for the presentation. Appreciate that. And I think it would make sense to just take questions as we get through each of the sub-agenda items. I want to thank you for actually going on the internet and showing the demonstration for how to find that information. I think that's really helpful. So thank you for that. The first question I have, we have obviously a framework here that's different for different levels, but the school performance framework. And I guess my question is, we have some historical data in terms of 1- and 2-star schools going back to 2018, 2019. Was this framework in place in 2018 and 2019 the way it is today, or have there been changes made to, I guess, the different categories and sort of subcategories in terms of the way that the schools are scored?
Peter Zutz, thank you so much for that question. It is the same framework with just the slightest of changes. Early on, the department, under the student engagement indicator, did a school climate survey for a single year, and it was a bonus point, if you will, that any school in any district could earn for completing and submitting that survey. After the initial year, that survey was removed. Otherwise, all the indicators and measures that we looked at today are still in place. This year will mark the 4th year of all 3 school, the 4th year of all 3 school levels being rated under the same framework. Thank you.
Thank you for that response. And I know we have a couple of questions up in Carson City, but before we go there, I wanted to give folks down here in Las Vegas an opportunity. Senator Dondero Loop, please.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I guess one of my questions is that I know over the years there's been a lot of discussion about the STAR system or the STAR rating. And has there been any discussion, appetite to transition either within the system and make it more complete or out of the system completely? We all know schools that are very productive that for whatever reason within this system lose points, and therefore they could be a 4-star school and be rated as a 3-star school, or a 5-star school and be rated as a 3-star school. But is there any discussion about that at all?
Peter Zutz, thank you again. Great question, Senator Dondero Loop. The NSPF is both compliance and in service to Nevada schools and districts. I want to make that clear. And so when ESSA was passed late in 2015, the department engaged immediately, as per federal law, to create a framework. At that time, the department engaged at a significant level stakeholders throughout the state, specifically district level folks who work in the accountability area, in the assessment area, system area with their district and school data. So what we see today, as we mentioned, will be the 4th year, this September 15th, rating schools under the same framework, was the output of that engagement. That is not to say that what was agreed upon and devised together here in Nevada is etched in stone in perpetuity. As a matter of fact, we are currently engaged in a number of conversations on individual measures within the framework, specifically chronic absenteeism. For example, another aspect of the framework are measures of interim progress and long-term goals. Think of the long-term goal as a multi-year. In our case, it was set at 6 years, with the measures of interim progress being 1-year goals. We are also examining those. Those do expire this year. Both of those conversations are happening in an environment that engages our districts in a meaningful conversation to produce recommendations to be brought to both the department leadership as well as the United States Department of Education. Those conversations have significant impact on school ratings. So in short, there's the long answer. In short, the framework itself, as any measure, as the saying goes, if you want to measure change, don't change the measure, is open to modifications at any time to better serve Nevada stakeholders and education professionals. Thank you.
And I appreciate that information. I just know that we have some schools that definitely need help. And then we have other schools, like I said, that are doing a good job but aren't being rated that way because because of absenteeism or something. And so it would be, I think, beneficial for us to have something that weighs schools so that we have an accurate performance, and that is not only for the teachers that are teaching at that school, but also for the schools that may be doing, great jobs. And we also have, parents that are using this STAR system. I mean, they're picking houses on whether they have a 5-star school or a 2-star school. And so I just hope that we can make sure that what we're reporting to not only our community, but to our educators is accurate and well worth the time that's put into it.
We'll stick with questions down here, and we'll go next to the Senate Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your presentation. I just want to say that I wholeheartedly agree with my colleague in terms of our discussions around the STAR ratings, and I have a couple of questions about that. In your presentation on page 16, where it's talking about the 1- and 2-star schools by state and district, I was, I think, taken aback would be the appropriate way to describe it by sort of the numbers here. And I know we kind of breezed through this in terms of just explaining how these metrics are utilized. But I'm looking at, and I understand, and we all, I think, are aware of, right, some of the learning loss pieces associated with the COVID pandemic. But like an increase in 1-star ratings across the state from 95 to 233 is significant. And even if we're talking about Clark County, where we are at right now, they went from 54 to 125. Like, these numbers are staggering. And so are you looking at what is causing such an extreme movement into more of these 1-star schools? Are there certain primary factors in this framework? Are they all centered on the same metrics in that framework? Like, is it all related to one or the other of some of these? Do you have any, are you doing or planning to do any sort of analysis into some of the causes of that? Just because that is quite an increase statewide, and also, in almost every one of the individual districts and the public charter school authority.
Peter Zutz for the record. Indeed, the department will take a close look. The release will happen this year, September 15th, 2024. Again, the 4th year. We'll have 4 years of data, trend data we can look at. However, even with last year's 2023 September 15th release, I think we were very much aware of the pandemic impact, for lack of a better term or description, on a number of different levels. As you can see in the framework, academic achievement is highly weighted. That is per the United States Department of Education. That impacts as well the growth measure, which is very highly rated, as we said, the most highly rated measure in elementary. So those two alone would answer your question. However, we do know, as was mentioned, chronic absenteeism has a significant impact as well. And we look forward to doing an analysis after this September release and providing information if requested. Thank you.
Superintendent Ebert, for the record, what I would add is all of the work that transpired during this last legislative session, as well as the continued work. Making sure that our earliest learners have the supports that they need. You will be receiving the presentation in regard to the $70 million each year for our youngest students. We know that during the pandemic has had a huge impact, as you noted, as well. Working alongside the school districts to make those determinations, a huge piece as well. Chronic absenteeism. If our students are not in the classrooms, then they do not have that opportunity to gain the learning, which we know affects these scores that you have in front of you. So we've done quite a bit of work. We actually presented to the Interim Commission on Education. We can provide that slide deck and data for you as well, but a lot of work at the department level as well as individual school districts there. So those are the two things that I would add.
So then to follow up with that, is it mostly chronic absenteeism that you're seeing that is affecting the significant increase in those, or it's sort of a myriad of factors and that's just one that sticks out?
The latter. It is a multifaceted system that we're working in right now. Coming out of the pandemic, we have teacher recruitment retention that we're dealing with as well. And so all of those pieces, tracking those together, it is not just one indicator.
No, and I appreciate that just because you mentioned chronic absenteeism several times. And I would venture to guess that it's probably several things, but I think for us to be able to see that and maybe even do some deeper digging to look at what can be done to help some of those metrics will be important. I have one more question if that's okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do we have comparisons as well with income levels and where those and those star ratings and how those two sort of overlap? Because I would venture to guess that there probably are a lot of significant correlations between either geographical areas throughout the state and the income levels that are associated in those areas and how those schools are being rated. And I think that, at least in my mind, is an important piece to take a look at, because we hear quite frequently, right, that there are a number of things, maybe chronic absenteeism as an example, maybe higher and lower income communities because of the transient nature of things, because of unstable housing, because of lack of family and community supports. And so I would be curious if there is anything that can show us, geographically speaking, either in a map or other format, where those income levels are meeting those star ratings. So that we can kind of dig, I think, into some of those other aspects that might be outside of this particular rating. And again, kind of speaks to my colleague's point that I think there are probably other things we should be looking at as well, not just, solely whatever these particular star ratings are, because I think there's other factors that play into that.
Superintendent Ebert, for the record, agree with you 100%. There are many factors. We do not currently have a heat map for you in regard to socioeconomic status and the star ratings, but that is something that we definitely can produce. All of those components that you mentioned are a piece of it. I would add in also, and I know you're going to have Chair Hobbs present later today, but the pupil-centered funding plan is developed to address some of those items that you brought up. Students that are at risk, our students that are multilingual learners, all of those pieces, making sure that the resources are made available for those students that have the steepest climb to graduation.
Okay, we're going to go up to Carson City, and I think we'll start with Assemblywoman Anderson, and then after that, Senator Titus.
Thank you, Chair. So my question actually has to do with both Mr. Zutz, I believe, and Ms. Salter's presentation. It has to do with slide 19, though. And this has to do with very specific schools. The only reason why I know about some of them is because of being in Washoe County. I noticed that Piccolo is on there, which is an incredible school, and I know that there's also a similar school in Clark County, I just don't know the name of it, that is for our special needs students who academically will never get beyond probably the age of 3. Are they, for 2 questions. The first thing, I noticed that it's on the Comprehensive Support and Intervention Schools Index. Is it also, though, graded or utilized in the same framework for the STAR ratings? And if so, does it utilize the exact same cut scores in other areas when it comes to the testing? Or is there a different fashion that is used for the STARS when it comes to specialized schools such as Piccolo, or I know that there's also some alternative schools in Clark that I do not know the names of.
Maria Sauter for the record. Thank you for that question. Helen J. Stewart. Yes, you are correct. We have alternative schools. Right now, the U.S. Ed has declared in the Every Student Succeeds Act that all schools, if they are defined as a school, they must receive a rating, and then they are eligible for federal designations. We have an alternative performance framework that Director Zutz will speak to, but we are working with the Department of Education in order to, we are not the only state, sorry, let me start with, we're not the only state who has these concerns, and we're looking at possible waivers to allow these schools to not be designated because of the cultural ramifications that occur on their campuses from this, and the fact that of what you stated is they won't achieve. Our correctional schools are also another one that are on there. They don't even have the same student body throughout the year. So we are aware of these issues and these special circumstances, and we're working with US Ed on hopefully getting some kind of waiver for the specialty schools.
Peter Zutz for the record. Thank you, Director Sauter. I don't have too much to add except to underscore 2 things that Director Sauter said, that all schools must be rated. And it's a federal mandate, so there's not a lot of wiggle room. There is a lot of conversation, as you heard, nationally around this. But again, all schools must be rated, and it is a federal requirement. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that clarification. And I just have one more question, if I may, Mr. Chair. Just go forward until you tell me no.
Yeah, please go ahead.
I noticed that there's also a virtual high school on that same list, and I know that there's been some other virtual discussions. And some of these high schools are actually not in our school or in our state. The students are in our state. However, the schools themselves are in Michigan, Canada, we don't know where. Are those also done the same way, or because of the federal guidelines, or is there any sort of discussion around how virtual schools are utilized when it comes to the frameworks?
Yeah. Peter Zutz for the record. Thanks for that question. If the virtual school, as you described, is out of state but does have Nevada students attending an out-of-state virtual school, that school is not rated under the Nevada School Performance Framework.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for those answers.
Thank you. We'll go next to Senator Titus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to ask a question. Actually, I have a couple myself. First, thank you for all being here today. I was excited to be on this committee. I've served in the legislature now for 5 sessions, and every year we give more money to education. And as I share my majority leader's comment and concerns that we give more money, but we're seeing worse outcomes. And taking into consideration COVID threw everybody at threw us all for a loop, and now we see data to prove that. It's still very disappointing. More money doesn't mean necessarily better outcomes. Having said that, I'm looking at the page that you referred us to on the Nevada report card, and I really feel that this committee's obligation is to really get out of the 40,000-foot level and really jump into the weeds and try to find out some solutions and some causes and some solutions. Looking at the page, however, my question is, it doesn't show us, it shows us the number of students enrolled. I'm looking at Douglas County, for example, and it shows us the schools and it shows us the number of teachers. But what I'm wondering is there a metric somewhere that I can find the ratio of students to teachers based on, and does that reflect outcome? And also included in that data, the ratio of long-term subs, because I really think that the measurements are just not enough, that we really have to get some deep down measurements. But I know personally that a lot of students don't show up to class if they have a chronic sub and they don't feel they're learning anything. And so do we have that data somewhere? And if so, where can I find that?
Peter Zutz for the record. Thank you so much for that question. Yes, so all federally reported data points are reported on the Nevada report card. And if there's patience, we could walk them through it. So close the presentation. And we could look specifically at a school if you wanted to, or just in general. So let's go up to the state. Click on state. Well, let's choose a district and school. Let's choose Douglas and choose any random school. We say random because we're not going to select a school. We just are going to do a fantastic. Hit go and then scroll all the way to the bottom of the page. So one of the things you'll see for that school initially, oh, we're not on the screen. Okay. I apologize. I thought we were.
Okay, let me close out again.
So really, just in the interest of time, what I'm
yes.
interested in, where do I find that? I want to make sure that you're monitoring that and that there are solutions for that, and recognizing that that's, I believe, one of the root causes for absenteeism and also poor outcomes.
Peter Zutz for the record. Yes, that is reported.
And where do I find it?
At the bottom, select your school, scroll all the way to the bottom of the page, and that information is there, clearly accessible. If you have any questions.
And it's broken down by class, the age of the class, high schools, junior highs, and those kind of information, because there's different requirements?
It will be by school or at the state level.
Okay, very good. Thank you for that. Second question I have, if I might, Mr. Chair, continue one more question. On this page I'm looking at, it's total per pupil expenditures. What I want to know is does that include all forms of funding for that school district, including federal funding, state funding, and county funding, and possible grants that they might receive?
Peter Zutz for the record. That would be local and federal.
Local, not state? You mean, you're referring to state as local?
Maria Sauter for the record. The federal breakdown, the breakdown on the report is the local is their per pupil allocations along with any federal dollars as well.
So when I'm looking at the $12,882 per pupil expenditures that Douglas County did for 22-23, that's total funding that they received. No grants included, or grants included in that?
I would have to get back to you on that one.
Yeah, Superintendent Ebert, for the record, I would like to go back and get you the exact pieces. I do not believe the grants are included, but I want to make sure you have
Great, because that's the information that's important too. There's lots of, I don't know if there's other funding out there. I don't know if they have, private donors or fundraising or other things to support sports, to support other activities. And so I'm just wondering if that's total amount that they had in their budget for the 22-23 per pupil funding. So if you could get that to me or us, I would appreciate, or where do I find that information, just in the interest of time?
Superintendent Ebert, for the record, I know you're going to be speaking with the school district superintendents as well. I believe that at the local level, they would incorporate some of those donor pieces, but I do not want to speak on their behalf, but just to flag that as a question when they were up here.
All right, very good. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the questions.
You're welcome, Senator, and we're going to come back down here and go back to Senator Dondero Loop.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And just as a add-on to the discussion we were just having, I think it's important for those of us that are on this committee to understand that every school district doesn't get a standard amount. Like if Douglas is 12,000 something, then like Clark County is 11,000 something, Eureka is 32,000 something. So I think it's important for people to understand that it's not just a blanket amount that's divided and put in, it's per pupil. And it's also, the county reflects some of that money per their geographics, I guess, is what I want to say. I'm not sure exactly how to put that. Mr. Zutz probably can say that more eloquently than I did, but I want this committee to understand that every school district, in other words, Eureka doesn't just get 11,000 because Clark County gets 11,000, is what I think is important to understand. So thank you very much.
Okay, I think in the interest of time, we should move on to the next agenda item. So I will ask committee members, if you do have questions after the meeting, you have contact information and know how to reach out to those who presented. And thank you to the two of you for presenting that. So we'll move on to agenda item number 3, subsection 2, and this is the progress made in implementing recommendations made by essentially the executive branch December 29, 2023 audit. So I think we have a different presenter for that, and so we'll just ask you to come to the table and give your presentation, and then we'll have a chance for questions.
Good morning, Deputy Superintendent Megan Peterson for the record. I do want to make sure that the presentation is showing, if I could get confirmation. Okay.
We see it now.
Perfect. Good morning, Chair, members of the committee. As I mentioned, Deputy Superintendent Megan Peterson for the record. Today, I will be giving a brief overview of the Governor's Executive Order Audit Number 005. Within this audit, there were 5 chapters, 4 of which were within the scope of the Department of Education. And within that, there were 16 recommendations that were identified within, again, the scope of the department. Section 5 has items that were related to the Department of Agriculture, and I will not be addressing those today. Chapter 1 related to current state of accountability within the state of Nevada and education. There were 4 findings in this chapter. The first related to a recommendation of a unified statewide system of accountability that will support the PK-12 public education system. As you've heard and are probably aware, the Commission on School Funding is currently reviewing a list of existing reports to make recommendations on alignment of information and data in support of this. Additionally, it was requested as part of the work under Assembly Bill 400 from the 2023 legislative session. Currently, through their work, they have identified approximately 450 different reports that school districts are required to provide throughout a year. While this work is occurring, the department will also be proposing potential legislation to align this data and support implementation of a single system that does look to align all of this data and reduce duplication and redundancies. This system also aims to recommend data-driven policy solutions that will enhance the quality of education and ensure equitable outcomes for our students. This has a targeted timeline of July 2025, as it does include recommendations that will go to the legislature in the form of a bill draft request. And as of today, this project is currently on track. Recommendation number 2 identified the need for more focused policy and improvement effort that will target resources to critical achievement gaps in reading and mathematics, setting conditions for academic success through a student's public school experience. To support this effort, the department has developed an intermediate framework referred to as ACING Accountability. The ACING Accountability framework utilizes existing baseline metrics for all districts. Benchmarks are in development and will be finalized within the next few months. Oops, sorry, that skipped forward. This does have a target implementation date of July 2024 and is currently on track. Recommendation number 3 focuses on chronically low-performing schools, which are obviously a persisting challenge in many states across the country, not just Nevada. These schools often serve high-poverty communities and face a range of challenges, including high teacher turnover, lack of resources, and low student achievement. More robust intervention tools are needed to support state education professionals in their efforts to improve performance in these schools. And throughout the 23-24 school year, the department has been developing a system of supports to assist districts and schools in improving performance. Maria Sauter spoke to this earlier. This framework is named the 6 Essentials, and as its namesake says, it contains 6 evidence-based practices that, when implemented, have been proven to provide rapid improvements. The Department of Education has also provided learning. Professional learning includes evidence-based providers that offer specific coaching and support to build capacity of leaders and educators. This, again, because it also potentially has recommendations that have statutory impacts that will be presented as bill draft requests during the legislative session, has a targeted solution date of July 2025. It is currently in progress and on track. Recommendation 1.4 highlights the department's responsibility for implementing accountability, providing oversight and technical assistance to schools and districts throughout the state. The recommendations highlight that additional resources would allow the department to meet and enhance its efforts in these areas, and ultimately ensure that the department has sufficient budgetary and human capacity to perform as envisioned by the governor and the legislature. To facilitate this, the department is reviewing current staffing levels and is realigning workload and identifying additional support that is needed to fill gaps that have been identified. Similarly, this work, although it does relate to legislative activities, the department's timeline for this, given the agency request budget, is the September 1st, 2024 deadline for our agency request budget. This activity is in progress and on track. Chapter 2 relates to profiles, performance, and accountability. There was only one recommendation or finding in this chapter, and it relates to making informed funding decisions based on profile and performance data that can address educational inequities and improve education quality. In this context, we're referring to profile data that includes budget information, staffing levels, disciplinary actions, teacher compensation, and class sizes. As we know, informed funding decisions provide greater transparency of school district and charter school finances and addresses achievement gaps. That also includes savings and reallocation opportunities and teacher compensation priorities. Because this work, again, is related to the recommendations that were identified in Chapter 1, Finding 1 and Finding 2, part of the Unified Statewide System of Reporting. It is, again, tied to BDR requests that will be coming forward and has a July 2025 implementation target date. The department is working on those bill draft request languages now and standardizing reporting, updating, and aligning chart of accounts and similar type activities. And so that work is in progress and is currently on track. Chapter 3 relates to fiscal accountability. There were 4 findings or recommendations in this chapter. Finding 1 focuses on complying with the statute for public reporting that ensures school districts are meeting the legislative intent of providing transparency for school district expenditures. In this context, that related to a quarterly report of their financials being posted in the local newspaper. As time has progressed, newspaper print is not as widely available as it previously was, and so a request, I'm speaking a little bit more to finding number 2. Finding number 1 was identifying whether or not this requirement to post was being met. We have reached out and worked with all school districts, and they are aware of the requirement and are now posting within the newspaper accordingly. So this activity has been completed as of January 2024. Finding 2 relates to the challenges as to posting within a print newspaper. And so the department is working on bill draft request language that will align and make opportunities available to use other platforms, potentially their school district website or some other source. Since this one does relate to bill draft request language and legislative approval, it does have, again, a July 2025 implementation. That work is in progress and currently is on track. Recommendation number 3 relates to reconciling financial reports required by the department to be audited, specifically the 3D7303 report or 3D8A 345 for charter schools. It's their annual financial expenditure report that was previously used to develop the equity allocation model for the distributive school account. And reconciling those data points to the school district's annual expenditure reports, annual consolidated financial reports. Due to the timing of when both reports are due, there were conflicts within being able to reconcile them. The 3D7303, generally speaking, was due before the ACFRs, and so the reconciliation challenge created a number of discrepancies as we tried to work through those. So this request will be put forward as a bill draft request, changing the date of the 3D7303 report to January to more align with the availability of the ACFR data. Again, because this does require legislative action, there is a July 2025 timeline for this. The work is in progress and is currently on track. And I'm sorry, it has a December 2024 timeline for the department to submit the language for session consideration. Finding number 4 is related to charter schools that operate independently of a local school district. They are held to different standards in terms of their reporting. And so as of today, charter schools were not identified to transfer their end fund balances similar to the way school districts are in terms of funding the pupil-centered funding plan. So this request asks the department to do analysis on the impact if those funds were to be transferred from charter schools' end fund balances in the manner that school districts are. We are currently reviewing the impact of that. We have reconciliation work occurring with the charter schools to align with the methodology used by school districts. Given the potential impact on statutory changes, this has a July 2025 timeline. The work is currently in progress and on track. 3 more recommendations that were identified as part of Chapter 3 include identified opportunities for clarifying requirements for financial statement preparation that are outlined in charter school audit guides, the additional clarification that is needed to ensure alignment with this chart of accounts ensures consistency among charter school financial reports, improved comparability of financial results, and more effective analysis of excess education funds. This work is on track and is identified to be completed by July 2024. Recommendation 3.6 highlights opportunities to review the current pupil and attendance audit process and methodology used by the department. This analysis includes determining whether or not extrapolating an error rate based on a sampling methodology of enrollment and adjusting enrollment accordingly if that is applicable and an appropriate use of methodology for adjusting enrollment. This project is currently in progress and is on track. Given the potential impacts and potential statutory changes, it has a September 2025 implementation date and is currently in progress and is on track. Recommendation 7 from Chapter 3 identified an opportunity to align financial reporting dates to ensure alignment in data when reconciling reports. This activity is in progress and is on track for a July 2025 implementation date. Chapter 4 focuses on instructional accountability. Finding 4.1 highlighted opportunities for increased adherence to guidelines for literacy resources in public schools, which is essential for the Read by Grade 3 proficiency targets. These guidelines ensure that public schools have necessary resources to provide students with tools they need to develop strong reading skills that have been proven to provide lifelong benefits. The department is working on refining these guidelines. That work is in progress and is on track to be completed in July of 2024. Finding 2 identified an opportunity to evaluate the adequacy of the Read by Grade 3 goals. Setting a higher proficiency expectation would ensure that students would need the demonstrated deeper understanding of reading and comprehension skills and would align with national standards and help students to succeed through their academic careers. The goal is based on research, should be based on research showing students who are not proficient readers by the end of grade 3 are more likely to struggle academically and therefore needs additional refinement. This project is in progress and on track for a July 2024 completion. Finding 3 identifies opportunities to strengthen compliance with the Read by Grade 3 reporting requirements across all school districts. By doing so, this would ensure several significant benefits, including assessment of pupil reading proficiency, identification of schools requiring assistance, increased accountability for educational institutions, and compliance with state legislative intents. This project is in progress and on track. Recommendation number 4 recommends revising the statute to provide the department with the authority to hire and provide professional learning for literacy specialists for school districts that receive a 3-star or below rating. For schools with a 4 or 5-star rating, school districts would be allowed to coordinate and retain the authority to hire learning specialists. This would allow for coordinated efforts among different schools, as all elementary schools would have access to literacy specialists. This project is in progress and on track, and again, given the intersection with the legislative actions, has a July 2025 implementation date. Finding 5 highlights opportunities to improve current strategies for the Individuals with Disabilities or IDEA Act program and focuses on technical assistance activities. Additionally, there are opportunities to improve the effectiveness of reporting to focus on program performance and student outcomes. The department is currently developing a revised strategy that will improve both effectiveness of IDEA program technical assistance activities as well as reporting. This activity is in progress and is on track for completion in July 2024. And this concludes my presentation, and we are available for questions.
Great, thank you so much for that presentation, and obviously encouraging to see that everything is either complete or in progress, and certainly understand that a number of these items are going to require legislative action in the next legislative session. So of course, if you could keep us updated to the extent you're able in terms of what that legislation looks like and might do. One really quick question I have before I open it up for others. Under Part 3, Fiscal Accountability 3.2, you talked about updating statute to expand the acceptable public notice platforms. Could you just give me a sense of what kind of notices are being utilized in this sort of rubric of fiscal accountability? What kind of things are we talking about noticing to the public?
Megan Peterson for the record. Currently, school districts are required to post their budget expenditure data within a print newspaper. And so what we're looking to do is expand that to either a school district or the internet posting version of the press. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that does. Thank you. And obviously makes sense. I don't know how many folks are getting newspapers these days. There's still a few of us, I think. Looks like Senator Don Loop is still getting the newspapers, so I'll have to come over and read yours, I guess.
Can I
Please.
tag on to you?
Please, go ahead.
And we listened to this bill in the 2021 session with public notices in newspapers and government affairs. And the only reason I was continuing to believe that it should be in a public newspaper, notwithstanding that we could do other forms of social media, what have you, but is because we do have people who go to libraries for their information and they don't take the newspaper. They don't have computers maybe at their homes. And that is the way that they can see notices or they can look for something. And so sometimes I think we have to bring ourselves back into the paper world, knowing that everyone is not as fortunate to have a device in front of them. And so that's my only plug for the Dare newspaper, which is almost gone.
Thank you, Senator. And we'll open it up to additional questions down here in Las Vegas. Are there additional questions on agenda item 3.2? Okay, I don't see any down here. We'll go up to Carson City. I believe Assemblywoman Anderson has a question, so we'll start with her.
Thank you, Chair. Mine also is under the Part 3 questions, in particular Part 3.4, where it says study the impact of. What is the impact on the state to require this, or the impact on the charter schools and their balances moving forward?
Megan Peterson for the record. We are evaluating both impacts, what the impact will be to the individual charter school as well as the state in terms of what the additional anticipated revenue would be for charter schools if their end fund balance were to exceed the 16.6 threshold that's currently identified for school districts.
Follow up, if I may, sir.
Please.
Thank you so much. So then that would, and this is only for the nonprofit, well, all of our charter schools are nonprofits, is that correct? But just to make sure that that is for very specific charter schools, or is that for all public entities of our charter schools?
This would apply to, Megan Peterson for the record, all charter schools in the state.
Thank you so much. And then I do have another question on another slide. It's my last one. This is under Part 4, and this is something that I often ask the Department of Ed. And so I want to make sure, though, that we have it on the record again. This is under 4.5. When it comes to IDEA, what is the current federal funding at this time, and who picks up the rest of that funding if it is not funded at the federal level? Is it that done through the state, or is that done through the districts?
Megan Peterson for the record. I don't have the current federal level of funding on hand at the moment. I can get back to you on that. But we do have state special education funding that is provided, $244 million this fiscal year. And between the federal, the state contribution, and then a transfer from the entity's local funds, there are 3 pots of funding there. And then if a student does have disabilities that exceed a district's typical capacity to assist, we do have the Special Education Contingency Fund that's available to supplement.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the answers. I want to make it clear, though, that I do recognize where the department's coming from when it comes to effective Individuals with Disabilities Education Act programs. However, I also recognize that many of our school districts are having to put a larger amount of money into it than what is coming from the federal government as well as the state, and then we are unable to provide the services as much as we should. So just want to make sure that's clear, and I hope next time we do have the exact percentage of what is coming from the federal government to fund Individuals with Disabilities Act. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Assemblywoman. Are there additional questions in Carson City? Okay, I don't hear additional questions there. I don't see additional questions here. Thank you for the presentation, Ms. Peterson, and thank you to the three of you who sat at the table as well. We appreciate that. So we will move on to agenda item 3, sub 3, which is the Read by Grade 3 program. And I'm assuming, yep. So we have folks down here from the Department of Ed in Las Vegas who will go through the presentation, and then we'll have a chance for questions. So thanks for joining us, and please proceed when you're ready.
Yes, good morning. Anne Marie Dixon, Deputy Superintendent for the record. Wanted to make sure you can all see the presentation. Yes, perfect. All right, so again, good morning, esteemed members of the Interim Finance Committee on Education Accountability. Anne Marie Dixon, I am the Deputy Superintendent of the Student Achievement Division, and I am joined today by my colleague, Joan Jackson, and I will have her introduce herself.
Thank you, Deputy Dixon. Hello, my name is Joan Jackson, and I am an Education Programs Professional serving on the Read by Grade 3 team in the Office of Teaching and Learning. Today, we will be sharing information related to Nevada's Read by Grade 3 program.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mandy Latham, and I am an Education Programs Professional in the Office of Teaching and Learning with the Read by Grade 3 program.
Joan Jackson for the record. There are a few assessments for which data is collected for students in kindergarten through 5th grades here in Nevada. There are 2 sets of data that we look at in Read by Grade 3. One is Map Growth Reading, and the other is Smarter Balanced ELA. We'd like to start with the Map Growth Reading Assessment. The Map Growth Reading Assessment measures students' achievement percentile and their growth percentile in relation to their NWEA determined growth goals. One usage of the Map Growth Reading data is as a measure for the governor's ACing accountability plan. This is the student academic proficiency measure, which was put into place this school year. This is measuring the number and percentage of students scoring at or above the 65th percentile on the Map Growth Reading Assessment. Spring 2023 data shows that 33.3% of the students performed at this level, which that level is set as at or above the 65th percentile. Prior to this school year, this data would have been reported out to the state board annually, often from NWEA staff. This would not have been data that was shared out as part of our school accountability framework. Previously, this data would have gone directly to schools and districts, and the department's teams would have used this data internally. Now these measures are reported out publicly through the Nevada Report Card website. For Read by Grade 3 purposes, we look at the Map Growth Reading data as our Read by Grade 3 indicator. This data, in conjunction with teacher observation, is used to identify students for Read by Grade 3 intervention and intensive instruction services in kindergarten through 3rd grades. This indicator has previously been determined by the State Board of Education and is set as at or below the 40th percentile on the Map Growth Reading Assessment. The spring 2023 assessment results demonstrated that out of the approximately 132,000 students that were tested, 56% of Nevada's kindergarten through 3rd grade students scored at or above the 40th percentile on that assessment. The second data set we look at for Read by Grade 3 purposes is the Smarter Balanced ELA assessment. This chart shows the percentage of students in grades 3, 4, and 5 who demonstrated proficiency. Proficiency is a level 3 meet standards or a level 4 exceed standards on that Smarter Balanced assessment. The bright blue bar represents the results for all students cumulative in grades 3, 4, and 5. The maroon bar represents students in grade 3. The green bar represents students in grades 4, and grade 5 students are represented by the purple bar. The data on the chart starts with the 2015-2016 school year, which is the year when the Read by Grade 3 legislation was enacted, and this was the initial planning year. So this may be considered baseline prior to the start of implementation of Read by Grade 3 at district and school levels. When we look at the data, we see increases through the 2018-2019 school year. We recognize the impact of the pandemic with the absence of data for 2020-2021 due to the suspension of the Smarter Balanced Assessment during that time. Then we note recovery starting with the 21-22 school year. For the 22-23 school year, the data shows that the overall combined percentage of students demonstrating proficiency in all grades 3, 4, and 5 is 41%. 40.9% of third graders, 41.7% of fourth graders, and 43.7% of fifth graders successfully performed at a level 3 or a level 4 on the Smarter Balanced Assessment in the spring of 2023. The gray dotted line representing 63.1% indicates the long-term goal for all students meeting ELA proficiency by spring of 2024. Currently, the department is working with all Nevada school districts to re-examine and set new long-term goals. Read by Grade 3 provides program management oversight to districts and charter schools, which includes activities such as providing a school implementation guide annually, conducting meetings with Read by Grade 3 literacy leads quarterly, and providing technical assistance and feedback regarding Read by Grade 3 local literacy plans. Read by Grade 3 also provides professional learning to Read by Grade 3 literacy leads and literacy specialists through the Read by Grade 3 literacy summits, collaborating with NWEA on our statewide professional learning program, and facilitating a community connections offering to help Read by Grade 3 literacy leads and specialists to build a network with their colleagues across the state. Additionally, our Read by Grade 3 team is providing oversight on 4 projects related to the expansion of the science of reading across Nevada through our ESSER funding.
All right, for the record, Anne Marie Dixon. The Read by Grade 3 team received $6 million in ARP ESSER funds to educate, promote, and support the science of reading across Nevada. This $6 million was divided into 4 projects. These projects are meant to support pre-K through 12th grade educators, site-based elementary literacy specialists, administrators, and district leaders, as well as substitutes and paraprofessionals. Our first one is the Nevada Press Project, and this is a continuation of a project that took place in the 2022-2023 school year. The department partnered with the University of Minnesota's Center for Applied Research and Educational Improvement through its PRESS, which is Path to Reading Excellence at School Sites. PRESS is a framework for literacy achievement in grades K-5 that supports the implementation of evidence-based practices using the science of reading and multi-tiered systems of support, MTSS, to improve instruction and intervention with students. This framework can be used in conjunction with any curriculum to ensure the students are receiving high quality and meaningful instruction that is grounded in reading research. There are cohorts specifically designed for elementary school educators and site-based literacy specialists, as well as a cohort specifically designed for elementary administrators and those serving in district leadership capacities. Our next project is the Modified Reading Endorsement and School Administrator Course Development Project. This project, the department is working to modify the endorsement to teach reading to include the science of reading. We are working with the Regional Professional Development Program to revise the 16 semester hours of courses, which will meet the requirement for the revised endorsement. An additional course, separate from the endorsement to teach reading course, is being created specifically on the science of reading for administrators and is being included with this project. We also have coming up very soon our 2024 pre-K through 12th grade literacy institute. The department is partnering with the University of Nevada, Reno for a 3-day institute from July 25th through 27th, 2024 on the science of reading. The theme is integrating the science of reading into the theory of practice of reading instruction. And lastly, we have the Nevada Substitute and Paraprofessional Educators Skill Development Program. The department is working with 6 NG institutions to bridge the gaps in understanding the science of reading for elementary substitutes, paraprofessionals, and other novice educators who are providing critically needed services to support students. Depending on the NG Institute, paraprofessionals and substitutes will receive free tuition for 18 to 21 undergraduate credit hours, as well as a cost of books and a stipend for their time taking the courses, which are often taken outside of their workday. These courses lead to a pathway for paraprofessionals and substitutes to become teachers. We are partnering with the College of Southern Nevada, Great Basin College, Truckee Meadows Community College, the University of Nevada, Reno, University of Las Vegas, and Western Nevada College on this innovative project. As Deputy Peterson discussed, the governor's audit found the need to provide more oversight for Read by Grade 3 literacy specialists. At this time, the department does not have current data on the impact of literacy specialist roles in elementary schools. Funds from the Read by Grade 3 budget for fiscal year 2025 have been earmarked to conduct a longitudinal study on the Read by Grade 3 program to measure the impact on administrators and teacher efficacy, as well as student outcomes at the state, district, and school levels. We've allocated $50,000 for these efforts. What we do currently have is a collection of survey data from Read by Grade 3 literacy specialists across the state, where they have anecdotally outlined their efforts and responsibilities in this role. Once we have spring data from the MAP Growth Reading and Smarter Balanced ELA, our team will conduct an analysis to identify schools where we see positive trends, and we'll look at the responses from the literacy specialist surveys to see if there is a correlation between student outcomes and the effort of the literacy specialists.
Joan Jackson for the record. The Read by Grade team has worked with the Office of Student and School Supports so that the local literacy plan, the Read by Grade 3 local literacy plan, will be included as part of the district performance plan. The goal was to streamline the reporting collection, make the work less duplicative for districts and charter organizations. This new template will be distributed to Read by Grade 3 program leads actually tomorrow, with a technical assistance meeting scheduled for later in the month, where we will the Read by Grade 3 team will explain the submission process and answer any questions from the field. This slide provides a look at the initial page of the revised template for the 2024 local literacy plan. Our Read by Grade 3 team gathered feedback from the field and made modifications based on that feedback to streamline the document for both completion and usability. The goal is to provide our elementary schools with a living document that can be used to guide implementation of their Read by Grade 3 program throughout the school year.
All right, and that concludes our presentation. We thank you for your time, and we stand ready to answer any questions.
Thank you for the presentation. I'll start with one question. If we could go, I think it was slide number 4 that has the various colored bar graphs. Yes, that slide. I think you had indicated that the sort of perforated gray line at the top, the 63.1%, was a target that was set in terms of, I guess what percentage of students we wanted to be at proficiency. So my question there was, how is 63.1 determined? And then I think you had said that you were looking at maybe adjusting that. And so if you could give us any sense of what that might look like. Is it getting adjusted upward? Is it getting adjusted downward? And how are we determining what proficiency level we should have as the goal for students?
Thank you for the question. I'm going to ask if Administrator Zutz is in the room, that he comes and make sure that I'm explaining this correctly. So I'll go ahead and start and assume that he's making his way up to the table. We make those determinations working with our districts, and as Administrator Zutz stated, we are looking at those goals. I would state that my belief is that we will make sure that we continue to have a higher expectation for our students. That 63.1% was developed a very long time ago, and we do know that we have a very large focus within our state on Read by Grade 3, as well as the funding that is going into pre-K early childhood. So the expectation is we're going to see better outcomes, better results for our students. Administrator Zutz, did I leave out anything on the process, or would you like to add anything?
Peter Zutz, for the record, no, thank you. I just want to underscore what Deputy Superintendent Dixon said, that as mentioned in our previous or in the initial presentation today, we are engaged with districts to look at those measures of interim progress and long-term goals and to reset them hopefully before the beginning of the 24-25 school year. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we go up to Carson City for questions, wanted to ask if anyone down here, Senator Dondero, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for indulging me. I'm going to go all the way to, trying to find the page, the literacy plan. I think it was the last page, page 12. So this particular local literacy plan, is that for, I see name of school district or charter organization school. Does each school in the state of Nevada fill one of these out?
Mandy Latham for the record. So by Nevada state law, every district and every charter organization. So we know some charter organizations might have 5 school sites under their umbrella, so they would fill out one plan, but then we also have single site charter organizations that would be required to fill out and submit a plan.
Okay, thank you very much. And then I'll back up, Mr. Speaker, if you don't mind. I'll back up to page 10 where the NDE does not currently have statutory authority to enforce the provisions of 388. So is that something that you need to have by law? In other words, is that necessary, or do most of our schools have school literacy specialists? Somebody in that position. We have some schools that are very rural that may have trouble finding a literacy. They have somebody on staff that can fill that role, but they may not have that designation. So I'm trying to think at it from all avenues, because while we always tend to talk about the bigger school districts, I think we have to remember that we have, Esmeralda with 80 some kids, right? So.
Thank you for the question, Anne Marie Dixon. For the record, I will start, and then I'll ask my amazing colleagues here to jump in and add to it if I miss anything. So currently, we do have school districts. Every school must have somebody at that school site who is qualified and must make sure that the expectations of the law are done. That does not have to be a literacy specialist. That is a full-time specialist. So we believe in looking at the intent of the law, that the intent is that as much as possible, there are exceptions with our rules, but as much as possible, there should be a person dedicated to supporting teachers, supporting students in this very, very complicated work that teachers need additional support in. So we did do a survey. I don't know if any of my team can speak to that, but we do know that there are, because of teacher vacancies, because of different things that take place, that not all of our schools have those literacy specialists in place. And the impact of that is we are not going to see the outcomes that we are expecting.
Okay, thank you. I'm always cognizant of, I think about myself. I mean, I have multiple certifications along the way. I don't know if I went back to teaching tomorrow, would I have a read by grade 3 literacy specialist designation? Does that mean I have to go back to school, right? So I start to think about, I want 100% what's best for kids, and I want us to make sure that we have the right person in front of them, but I also don't want us to get in our own way to the point where, I've taught thousands of kids reading. Would I need maybe some additional courses? Yes. But do I know that I can do it? Yes. So I guess that's kind of why I'm asking that. And like I said, as well as I'm concerned about some schools that may not have one, but may have somebody in that school that's totally capable, just doesn't have that designation for whatever reason.
Mandy Latham for the record. So by law, there is not like a special endorsement. It is just a licensed teacher who is designated by the principal of the school to fulfill that role. So in some cases, that may be a classroom teacher. And of course, in the law, it outlines that they need to demonstrate the ability to improve student reading outcomes. So it's just not any licensed teacher that the principal should be designating. But again, to underscore what Deputy Dixon said, when you have substitutes coming into the building, or if you're short-staffed, oftentimes it's the literacy specialist that is being pulled from his or her duties and responsibilities. So it's hard for them to be consistent in that role, and we want to delve into that a little bit more deeply about what is happening with those literacy specialists, the site-based literacy specialists, so that way we can better provide support and address any areas of issues that may come of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've been through several iterations of this. I remember when we called them RIP teachers. So I've been through several generations of this, so I appreciate that clarification.
Do we have additional questions down here in Las Vegas? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to Carson City. I believe Assemblyman Gray has a question, so we'll start with him.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I'm going to use all my time on just this section. But hey, I'm not an educator. Don't pretend to be an educator. One question I have that comes to mind: what does read by 3 actually look like? It's hard to sit here and make all this make sense if we don't know, or if I don't know what actually read by 3 is. Is it C. Dick and Jane books, or is it beginning chapter books?
This is Dr. Kevin Marie
Joan
Laxalt.
Jackson for the record.
For the record. Good morning. I'd love to respond to this question. Let's see. Locally, in the state of Nevada, what does Read by Grade 3 look like? Read by Grade 3 adheres to the Read by Grade 3 Act of 2015. The newer version was 2019. And during that act, there are specific requirements required within this law for implementation. So the literacy specialist is just one. There's an assessment component. There's a component about the requirement of a local literacy plan. There is a component required with regards to providing, here's the, what do I want to say? Here's the meat and potatoes for Read by Grade 3. Youngsters are identified through an assessment that the state board has approved, and at the current time, that's a MAP NWEA assessment. And if they are scoring at 40th percentile level or below, those youngsters qualify for Read by Grade 3 services, which is amazing. These youngsters then, with those services, are given regular intervention and support, intensive intervention and support. Typically that occurs in a small group setting, which is so much easier for youngsters versus a whole classroom setting. They also receive that across both Tier 2, education needs, very intense services. And then also, if they're identified for Tier 3 services, they receive those services as well. A great deal of Read by Grade 3 effort is now going into the Tier 1 level, which is a regular classroom level. Because if you have so many youngsters identified, the capacity is not there. And so what's happening is Read by Grade 3, for example, the PRESS project has really brought in nationally, okay, how does a regular classroom teacher identify those youngsters in their classroom and define ways that he or she can provide those services as a classroom teacher? And what that means really is that they teach to the majority of the youngsters. So yes, some youngsters hear it again, but they're teaching those interventions at that time. Those youngsters who are identified are monitored through a regular monitoring process. So you can go to any school district or charter school in the state to identify where that youngster's at, how they're doing. So it's a huge effort toward maintaining their growth. The great part of the 2019 law is that Read by Grade 3 in Nevada, the name just doesn't fit. That law changed it to the entire elementary school. So this is occurring from K through 5. And the bottom line, having been a reading specialist in schools, having run university clinics in reading, is that the youngsters who need this the most are now getting services. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Not really. I mean, you gave me a great administrative overview. I mean, I really want to see an example of what they're expected to be reading. Plain and simple. I mean, just, and you answered one of my questions, it sounds like. So they don't cull out students by ability. You don't have like advanced reading groups anymore and then remedial reading groups. Everybody is just thrown together, and the better ones are drawn down by the slower ones, and the slower ones are kind of lost when the better ones are being taught. No?
It's the teaching of reading today is not what a lot of us grew up with those levels, you know, that comedians joke about. I was in the Bluebird group. It's really more diverse now, and youngsters are working across grade levels. Teachers are learning methods for working with youngsters across grade levels. But when you get down to a small group reading experience, which these struggling readers will get, they will receive reading according to the level that they're performing at. It's fine-tuned, it's specific, and it will be directed by that professional. Actual books, they vary, but there's a wonderful array of books in the country that adheres to those youngsters' reading levels. We could provide you some examples. I wish I had some.
Please, yeah, if you could provide some to the committee, I'd really appreciate it, because I want to see either how good or how bad it really is, just by looking at what's being read. I'd like to go back to slide 2, if you could. So on the percentile at or above the 65th percentile, so 33.3%. So really, we only have about a third of the students being tested meeting the mark is what it looks like, and then about 67% not meeting the mark.
This Kevin Marie Laxalt for the record. This 65th percentile, we want to remind you, is a new target. Historically, Read by Grade 3 has predominantly used that 40th percentile on the MAP growth reading assessment to simply indicate whether or not those youngsters need services. So that was never used as a proficiency measure. So looking at the new ACing accountability, this is reflective of ACing accountability, the 65th, this is a jump. And you are correct. At this point in time, with regards to that 65th percentile during this past year, that only 33% are making the mark.
Thank you. So then that answers my question on the next slide. So let's go to slide 4 real quick with the graph.
Assemblyman, could I interject just for a second? We do have an augmented response down here, so please.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Sorry, for the record, Anne Marie Dixon. So the 65th percentile has been developed by the NWEA, which is the group that does the MAP assessment. And I am a former elementary school principal, a former turnaround principal. And as a former principal, we did look at that mark to see where students needed to be for proficiency to make sure that they were going to be successful. Because the job of an elementary school principal and elementary school teachers is to make sure that the students have a reading ability, so when they go into middle and high school that they are successful. So that 65th percentile There is a correlation study specifically for Nevada students that states that that 65th percentile means that a student will score at proficiency at a 3 or a 4. So I wanted to make sure that I shared that with you. And then I believe that we did have an additional comment about the state of reading in Nevada from here.
Thank you so much, Deputy Dixon. Mandy Latham for the record. I just wanted to underscore or make clear, too, that what Read by Grade 3 is, it's the identification of students who are at risk or who are not proficient in reading. And those specifically, those who are at high at risk, and providing supports and services. And what that might look like at a school or on a district level or a charter organization will vary. And there is some flexibility in the law to that, because based on the needs of your school, they're going to vary from whether you're an urban school or whether you are in a rural area. And that's why we have the local literacy plans that are submitted to NDE, so that way they explain to us what, within the realm of the law and with these students, what does that look like? Thank you.
Joan Jackson for the record. I wanted to just address the question that you had about students being all put into one group and kind of receiving instruction that's just whole group rather than individualized. When students are identified at the 40th percentile and below, then we look at what skills, what they need in order to bring them up to grade level. So say you have a student in a second grade classroom, they're receiving instruction from their teacher at the second grade level. They're having access to second grade curriculum, right? The teacher is providing those whole group lessons so that we're not inadvertently creating a bigger gap. Then we're looking at what that student needs to make sure that they're able to access that curriculum and providing that to fill in that instruction. So not only are they getting grade level exposure, but then we're also going back and looking at what those underlying foundational skills are and ensuring that students are receiving that intensive instruction and intervention to provide that assistance.
Great, thank you for that. Assemblyman Gray, did you have an additional question?
Please, sir. And first, I want to say thank you. I fully support your guys in this effort. I mean, it goes back to the old saying, reading is fundamental. Math isn't quite as critical in our society. I mean, as long as you can do basic addition and subtraction. But reading, you're not going to be successful at anything. And, we've heard the horror stories about kids graduating high school without being able to read. And we just can't live with that. So I do support you guys. And I'm sorry I'm asking a lot of poignant questions. But, and I'll just finish with this. Is there a comparison on charter schools and private schools as to how they're doing in this arena and what they're doing to be successful or where they're maybe not being successful? And that's all I've got, Mr. Chair.
Mandy Latham for the record. So first of all, private schools are not required because they don't receive federal funding to take the NWEA MAP assessment or to take the SBAC assessment. So to do a comparison to private school outcomes may be somewhat challenging. Not to say that it cannot be done, but we have to remember that they are not required to take the same assessment. We can provide information on public school and charter school, and I also believe that that information can be found on the Nevada report card data. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Titus, did you have a question
I did.
on this
Thank
presentation
you.
as well?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to go back to something that my colleague, Senate colleague from the South brought up regarding regulations and literary specialists and certification of those folks. It's been a long time since my kids have been in school, but my son in their first or second grade wasn't reading up to what the teacher thought he should, and so we didn't have a literacy specialist in Little Smith Valley High School, but we had volunteers, and they would come and read with the kids, pull them out of class, sit down and read books, and he did well. I'm worried that we have regulated ourselves to that certification of the teachers, that there are people and resources that we could be using. Does the statute prohibit other resources for assistance in reading, especially like in the rules? If you have your library volunteers come in and read with these kids, do you have a streamlined way to use resources and not necessarily somebody that has to have all these certificates? And I'm concerned that it has to be a licensed teacher. And so would you recognize some of the hurdles that we may be able to get around?
This is Dr.
Mandy
Kevin
Latham for the oh,
sorry, Mandy.
sorry, Kevin.
This is Dr. Kevin Relax. I'll start and Mandy can follow up. There is no piece of read by grade 3 legislation that prohibits that action. Number one, I can think of multiple volunteer activities that are occurring across schools. I'm thinking of the United Way here in the Reno area. They have some great volunteers coming in schools and offering exactly what you're speaking to. They have a whole tutoring program that actually they provide services here in Carson too. So they're a good example. But read by grade 3 doesn't get in the way of that. I also want to clarify the perception that this literacy specialist role requires a special certification. It does not. Like Mandy stated, it's only that certified teacher role. And I think a lot of folks don't know that in 2017, the ILA, the International Literacy Association, created a whole new title called literacy specialist. So this is a fairly new title across the entire nation. And so what's nice about that standards development is they have the criteria laid out, and that's where the states followed through. They started creating programs around that role. But here in Nevada, it is not prohibited to have any volunteer and extra services. That comes down to the local arena to invite those folks in.
Great, thank you. And then just a follow-up question, if I might, Mr. Chair, on that. Each state, you mentioned that each school has like a local literacy plan. Where could we find those?
So Mandy Latham for the record. So those plans are submitted to the Nevada Department of Education, and there is no requirement to make those plans public. There are requirements, though, for teachers, educators to be trained on their local literacy plan as part of the Read by Grade 3 regulations. So those plans are not necessarily public-facing documents. Those are more internal documents. And then back to your previous question, I just wanted to add, too, that the premise of having a licensed teacher, and again, there is no prohibition on having a volunteer come in and work with those students, but you want the most qualified person to work with those who need the most support and help. And so we want to also be cautious about making sure that any volunteers working with children and students who are at risk of not being proficient, that they need to have a licensed teacher providing those intensive instruction and support services. And again, the volunteers or the additional supports can also be provided by other personnel, but we want to make sure that people who are truly trained in teaching reading are working with those students that need the most support. Thank you.
Along that line, if I might, I would certainly say that I wouldn't expect the volunteers to preempt a literacy specialist. However, I see no reason why a literary specialist could not look at a program and say, here's what this child X, Y, or Z needs, and then have other resources to make sure that happens if you can't get them in each school. So I think there's more effort to be done, I think, using community resources that we do have. And the next thing is there any prohibition on why we couldn't find these local literacy plans and why they're not made public?
This is Dr. Kevin Relaxo for the record. Read by Grade 3 law does not require them to be made public, as Mandy recently stated. They are housed at NDE. I guess we can explore sharing some samples with y'all. We have them. They're on our electronic record-keeping system. We just reviewed a set with the districts. They're fascinating. They're wonderful to read. But I think what we really learned, and this, by the way, the requirement of the local literacy plan in AB 289 is the first sentence. So that plan by the writers of that law is designed to be a working document at the schools. It's not something to land on a shelf. We emphasize that every time we roll out a new layer of that. But what's nice is you can see how they are diving down and actually implementing. And you can see the diversity across Nevada. And you can see folks meeting the needs of their local students.
Great. I just might throw out there that I see a possible BDR may be mandating that they become public documents. So anyway, thank you for the idea.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll come back down here to Las Vegas. Senator Dondero Loop.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And just to follow up to the last discussion, first of all, as an educator, I think I would want everyone to know that because we still go to schools and we still have a classroom doesn't mean we're doing things that the same way we were doing them in 1940, 50, 60, 70, what have you. I promise you, as an educator, we are constantly changing the craft that we use with children and the way that we teach. The other thing is we do have a lot of volunteers, and we have a lot of volunteer not only activities, but groups. We have communities in schools. We have after-school all-stars. We have United Way. We have Boys and Girls Club. I could go on and on and on. And by the way, when I was teaching at one point, I had former Secretary of State Sagaski, who was in my classroom reading with kids. So we've been doing this for a long time. So I don't want there to be any misconstruing that these things aren't happening. And literacy plans change. And the reason they change is because your children change. What you would do with one first or second grade classroom one year may not be the same that you do, and no different than the medical field, the dental field. When I go into the dentist, they may clean my teeth and send me out the door. The next person may need a root canal. Senator Titus may be doing somebody may need a heart transplant. I don't know. But your plan for each child is very individual, just as when you are being a doctor or what have you, your plan for each patient is individual. So to put out just kind of one fell swoop is very hard. And that is really what has morphed over the years and changed. We are very, very, it's very important to make sure that we are educating each child on an individual level. So I don't want anybody to think that we don't need educators with certain criteria, and that because something isn't displayed on the NDE website somewhere that anybody's doing anything but what they need to do. It's just that these change with your children, with the school, with the district, with the whatever. So I think it's very important to know that educators are individually educating a child individually.
Okay, we'll go next to our Senate Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I again, as I often find myself, agree with my colleague here. I've got 2 kids at home. What worked with my first one doesn't work with my second one. So you gotta try to figure that out. And so I appreciate her making that point. I have a question on this 65th percentile because, and I guess maybe the question I want to ask is that 65th percentile mark. When I was reading this slide that's still up here, slide 2, that 33.3% being at or above the 65th percentile is really just the math, right? You would expect for 33% of the kids to be above the 65th percentile, and unless I'm missing what that 65th percentile, and that's kind of, I think, the question, is that 65th percentile for all the students being tested, in which case we would expect that 33% are above that because that's just math. Or is that a 65th percentile marker not based on the kids that are being tested, but rather a different metric, if that makes sense?
Peter Zutz for the record. Thank you for that question. As stated by Deputy Superintendent Anne-Marie Dixon, the 65th percentile represents a correlation study carried out by the assessment vendor NWEA. The intent of the study was to understand where the correlation point would exist between performance on the Smarter Balanced assessment in English Language Arts and the NWEA MAP Growth Reading Assessment, which is the assessment administered to all K-3 for the Read by 3 program students here in Nevada. It was the result of that study, that showed to be proficient, or students who were proficient on the Smarter Balanced assessment, proficient being performance levels 3 and 4. There are 4 performance levels on the Smarter Balanced assessment. Levels 3 and 4 are considered proficient. It was to understand the performance of students at or above the third performance level on the Smarter Balanced, what that would look like on performance results on the NWEA assessment. And what they came up with was the 65th percentile for the NWEA MAP Growth Reading Assessment. So you can think of it as being the cut from 3 and above on the Smarter Balanced assessment. Again, when we say 3 and above, we're talking about 3 performance level 3, performance level 4 out of 4 performance levels. Thank you.
Okay, got it. No, that makes sense. Thank you. And then this is probably more of a comment. When we are talking about the kids that are in all of these different schools, I think it's important to, again, keep in mind that kids who are in our public schools come from all sorts of socioeconomic statuses, all different geographic regions, different sorts of family makeups, different sorts of supports, different sorts of income. When you talk about kids who have the ability to make a choice to go to a charter or to a private school, there is an embedded support for that child in their environment that they are growing up in, where someone has allowed them and given them that opportunity to make that choice. I think that if we, and I know because there was some mention that like you could do some comparisons, I just think that it is important if we're going to start comparing students who are in charter schools to kids, all of the kids who are in all of our public schools, or kids who are in private schools to all the kids that are in all of our public schools. You cannot have that comparison without recognizing that a lot of kids who are in public schools are there because their parents know one thing, or their caregiver knows one thing, or they are foster kids, or they are living with grandparents, or they are living with aunts and uncles or friends even. That they're walking into a school because they're school age, and that when they walk into the door of that school, they expect to get an education. And there's not a lot of other things. They might be hungry, they might be tired, they might not have a bed at the house that they're staying at. And so to make those comparisons and then draw the conclusion, the summary conclusion that we have a better system, or that these kids are just failing even though they have the same things, I think overlooks the fact that there are kids coming from very supportive backgrounds who are able to find transportation, find funding, find a way to get to these schools. Their parents are engaged. They're watching whether or not their child is struggling or not struggling. They're making sure that their kid gets to school every day so they don't have chronic absenteeism. Those kids that are showing up might not be hungry because they have food at home. Those kinds of things have such an impact on kids' ability to walk into school and succeed that I just want to sort of lay that out as we talk about not just the Read by Grade 3, but when we talk about comparisons and metrics, and we talk about accountability in public education and where those dollars are going, that has to be something that this committee and that everyone hopefully in this space and who's talking to us today keeps in mind, because that makes a huge difference on how kids are able to succeed. And when we look at the data, how you're sort of siphoning off things that might not be accounted for when you're just looking at whether or not a kid can read. Some kids who are struggling to read don't have someone at home who's been reading to them since they were born. And that's more of a statement. Thank you for allowing me that time. To me, that's something that is important. And I just fundamentally believe that every kid should be able to walk into the school and get a good education. And that's what we should be focused on, because they might not have some of those other things that allow them the support to be successful.
This is Kevin Relax
Thank
out
you
for
for
the
that.
record. Oh, excuse me.
Please go ahead if you'd like to respond.
Yes, I just wanted to respond to the last speaker. Thank you. My entire career in Arizona was with those youngsters that you're speaking to. And I want to state the reason I'm so entrenched and involved with literacy here in Nevada is that Read by Grade 3 is about equity. That's what this law is about, because it pulls those youngsters up. As a former reading specialist, this is a chance that didn't occur in Nevada before 2015. So now they are getting this opportunity to receive this intensive instruction, these interventions. I just want to state, Read by Grade 3 is about equity.
Thank you, and I just wanted to thank the Senate Majority Leader for those comments. You know, we're here talking about accountability in terms of what's happening in the classrooms, but you know, this is also about holding ourselves accountable, holding state leaders accountable, so that we're building the kind of state that we want to live in, and that we're giving every student the opportunity to succeed, whether that's through supports or likewise. And I think, you know, sometimes we get a little siloed and show us the numbers and show us the results. And of course that's important and we want to see progress, but we have work to do on our end as well to make sure that when kids are walking through that front door of school, that we've given them every opportunity to succeed. And so we'll continue to work on those social policies to make sure that we can have the sort of system that we want here in Nevada. But I think those comments are well stated and well received. And I will say, in the interest of time, I think we should probably move on to the next presentation. Committee members, if you do have additional questions about Read by 3, you now know who the experts are. You have contact information as well as the presentation, so please feel free to ask questions offline. And thank you to the 5 of you who are here to talk about Read by 3. We will move on to agenda item 3, subset 4, which is competency-based education pilot program pursuant to NRS 389.210. And we'll give folks a chance to swap out. And when you are ready, please go ahead with your presentation, and then we'll see if we have some questions for you.
Wonderful. Thank you. I've been appreciating this conversation immensely. The comments. Thank you. While my colleague gets the slideshow up, I just want to say good morning to the members of the subcommittee and congratulations on your inaugural meeting. It happens to fall on the 7-year anniversary of my appointment with the State Department of Education, so we can celebrate together. Working on getting that up, but in the interim, my name is Cindy Chang, and I'm currently serving as the Director of the Office of Teaching and Learning here at the Nevada Department of Education. And it's my privilege to present to you today on the competency-based education pilot program that was established pursuant to NRS 389.210. I see our slides are up, so that's great. So on this slide, it shows the definition of competency-based education, or commonly known as CBE, is outlined in NRS 389.200. So CBE is basically meeting our students where they are individually across their continuum of mastery of skills and concepts, and ensuring they have the resources that they need to succeed, regardless of how long that mastery takes for each individual child. This is a brief overview of the CBE work timeline from the law's inception to current time. You can see that it was established in 2017 and staff were identified, implementation of the processes began. The work was moving forward. There was a pause during the pandemic as obviously other priorities took precedence, student well-being and so forth. But the work is moving forward now through partnerships that we have with KnowledgeWorks and Extraordinary, who are working with committees involving policy considerations, sustainability recommendations, research on other state examples of CBE systems, and an examination of current state systems that I will mention on a subsequent slide. In addition, in this time period, Nevada has established the Portrait of a Nevada Learner and draft PK-12 competencies that will support this future CBE work. On this slide, we have districts and schools who were early adopters of this work, participating at the inception. We have several on there that are due to leadership changes and other priorities are no longer participating, but are still interested. They're, I guess you could say, on pause, but currently we have Churchill County Middle School and Lahontan Elementary School that are actively participating and engaged as school design teams, focusing on project work to bring the Portrait of a Nevada Learner to life, working on relationships, experiences, and environments to support this work towards competency-based education. Also, in a meeting I had yesterday with Knowledge Works, it was conveyed to my staff that Elko and White Pine are showing interest. There are some schools and charters in Clark County, and schools interested in Washoe, Story, and Douglas counties who are working with their leadership on approval to move forward. We have several ways that CBE accountability is measured, as listed here. I will just highlight a few. Bullet 1, study of approaches. NDE has a task force made up of district and charter representatives who are reviewing current regulations and guidelines for needed revisions to enable CBE work to move forward in the districts, so such as waivers, seat time requirements, what does demonstration of mastery options look like, and also NDE is meeting with several states to discuss their approaches. Currently, we've met with Kentucky and North Dakota who are doing this work. Bullet 4, strategies, and kind of bullet 7 with barriers and solutions. We're working, as I said earlier, with Knowledge Works, that is comparative data from other states that is doing CBE work around lessons learned, challenges, strategies to support Nevada in effective implementation of CBE, while avoiding some of those pitfalls that other states have encountered in the process so that we don't reinvent that squeaky wheel, that we actually have some areas to build off of. Additionally, I'll address bullet 5, professional development that's happening. Currently, we have a Canvas professional learning course that's under development, should be available in the department's course catalog within the Canvas structure soon. So that will be helping support that work. Additionally, Knowledge Works is helping to facilitate and support in the professional development areas, and also our Ed Extraordinary partners. And, okay, we'll move on. Okay, this slide outlines the upcoming accountability metrics and when they will become available. One item of note is once the official competency implementation pilot begins during the 2024 to the extending to the 2026 school years, we'll have data to compare for the CBE schools to those who are not participating in the CBE after that 2-year cycle is complete. Thank you. And finally, there's regulatory work that is currently in progress, as I mentioned previously. There's regulation that needs to be revised to keep districts and charters in compliance with the law while making their transition to CBE. These would include, as I mentioned, seat time, what defines the demonstration mastery, waivers and so forth, to name a few. So these will be part of the department's proposed bill draft resolutions at this upcoming legislative session. Right, and I thank you for this opportunity to provide this information to you, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you for the presentation, and certainly looking forward to, I think it was one of your last bullet points, but having the accountability metrics between CBE pilot schools compared to districts that do not. And I know we still have a little ways to go before we get to that point, but I'm certainly looking forward to that. Let me see if we have questions. Anyone here in Las Vegas with questions? I don't see anyone in Las Vegas. How about Carson City? Anyone have a question based on this agenda item? We must have used all of our questions on Read by 3. Okay, thank you. Well, yeah. Again, thank you for this presentation, and I think we're all sort of anxiously awaiting to see what the metrics and the comparisons look like. But I think it's helpful for us to have this timeline and have this in writing as part of the official record of this committee. So thanks for being here today, and thank you for your patience and for presenting.
Thank you.
Okay, committee and members of the public, that takes us to agenda item number 3, subsection 5. This is grants awarded from the Early Childhood Literacy and Readiness Account, which came as part of Assembly Bill 400 of the 82nd legislative session. So welcome. And again, when you're ready, please go ahead with your presentation, and we'll see if we have any questions at the end.
Hi, good morning. For the record, Patty Oya, Director of the Office of Early Learning and Development for the Nevada Department of Ed. I'm happy to provide with Deputy Superintendent Anne-Marie Dirksen our overview of the grants funded by the Early Childhood Literacy and Readiness Account. As you know, Assembly Bill 400 established the Early Childhood Literacy and Readiness Account, which was funded at $70 million per year for each year of the biennium. The department refers to the grants awarded from the account as the Early Childhood Innovative Literacy Program Grants, or ESLIP. Well, you'll hear me say ESLIP grants. Grants for fiscal year 24 were awarded through a competitive process. The application process was opened for 3 rounds of funding. Awardees were notified in September, November, and April. So this was a year-long process of awarding the funds. Local education agencies, sponsors of charter schools, and nonprofit organizations were eligible to apply. The grants must target improving literacy skills for children less than 6 years of age. AB 400 also requires a November 1 annual report. The first report has been submitted by the department. You'll notice over those 3 rounds, we allocated $47.4 million of the $70 million. Subrecipients could apply for funding for what we call two different opportunities, which I will go into more detail next. So to get the biggest return on investment, we focused on increasing access to high-quality pre-K. We did this by expanding the eligibility requirements for families and aligning the program requirements to the Nevada Ready State Pre-K program. We know our Nevada Ready programs are high quality, which supports literacy and overall kindergarten readiness skills. So we refer to this expansion of pre-K as Opportunity 1. The expanded eligibility for these seats awarded through this funding was expanding the income eligibility from 200% federal poverty level to 250% federal poverty level, although we continue to prioritize families with the most need. There is no income eligibility requirement for children with individualized education plans or behavioral plans, so we can encourage fully inclusive classrooms. We've added 2 new subrecipients during this time, which was Lyon and Lander County School Districts. So we're happy that we were expanded out to 2 more rural areas. And with the allocated seats for 4-year-olds, the allocated seats for under this funding was 570. In addition to the 2,807 children currently served in our Nevada Ready program, we're able to serve upwards to 3,377 4-year-olds. Most exciting for us was that we are now able to serve 3-year-olds with this funding as well, and up to 660 children from low-income families will receive 2 years of high-quality pre-K. Those expanded criteria recommendations came from our current Nevada subrecipients to best serve those communities. So what we call our Opportunity 2, again, open to school district, charter schools, and nonprofits, they were able to apply for funding that would support new or existing literacy programs. We divided the program areas awarded into 5 categories. And you'll see that's books to children, professional development, direct service, support staff, and then family and community engagement. Of the 5 categories listed, $12 million was awarded for each in the categories of professional development and family and community support. We believe this shows that teachers need the support in the classroom to improve literacy skills, as well as families' desires to learn more about their role in improving their child's literacy skills. As it was mentioned, it's not always, known that for families to read, the importance of reading to their children, how they can add reading and literacy into their daily lives. So I do want to show this next slide has 2 screenshots for our what we're calling our eSlip dashboard. I'm so proud of my team who in a short amount of time was able to not only use Tableau and open this dashboard to the public, but it allows the department to be transparent in the use of funding. You'll see on the homepage, you can the totals on the homepage, or you can view specific information for opportunities both 1 and 2. For Opportunity 2, because there were so many varied programs that were awarded, you'll be able to sort and get information on specific awardees. The link is provided on the slide, and I hope when you have a chance, you'll take a minute to explore it, and you can see the types of programs and the initial outcomes that we're already starting to collect. So year 2 of the biennium is quickly approaching, and so year 2 starts a whole new round. For those who received funding in year 1, we did shorten the application process. We didn't have them complete the whole competitive process, but we did collect, what were things that were going well, what were barriers, what were their initial outcomes and successes. We did this because there was concerns from both school districts, all the programs that when you're trying to talk about staffing and you really need to know that you are going to be able to continue these programs on without letting staffing go and stop in services. But that still leaves about approximately $15 million in new seats or new projects. We are hoping to have this process open again in May 6th, closed by the 30th. We already have review teams ready to go for that first 2 weeks in June, and then the funding would start in July if all goes exactly as planned. One of the things that we're excited about for year 2 is what we're calling now Opportunity 3. So first we had the pre-K seats, we had the innovative programs, and then Opportunity 3. I think because what we really want to note is when we're talking about pre-K, we really need to think about infrastructure, whether that's new classrooms, teacher support, teachers. When you talk about pre-K classrooms, you're not looking at a classroom that just has tables and chairs and a few bookcases. You're talking about all the materials. You're talking about having the smaller toilets, the appropriate playground equipment, things that weren't really funded in this first year. So with the additional, we're hoping that more providers, nonprofits, school districts can open more classrooms and provide that opportunity. And then some of our barriers and complications that we just wanted to take a minute to address. It was the timing and release of the funds. As I mentioned, we did 3 rounds of applications and awards. Some of the awardees, September, November, and then some as late as April. And so we're already asking them, not only did we just award them, but because the funding ends June 30th, we're saying, okay, now let's get ready for year two. How much did you spend? So our office, in the very beginning needed time to develop the processes and documents, including the applications, but also reviewing and allocating as well. Because this was a new grant and new funding, there was a lot of discussion around what was allowable or not allowable, which also impacted our ability to allocate quickly. We also needed, and would love to consider ramp-up time when we're awarding new programs, not only on our end as a department, but also once they were awarded, they still had to get approval, often from their boards or grant teams. They had to hire new staff, purchase materials and equipment, which really cannot happen until they have their official award in hand. Again, one solution could have been, that could help would have been if the funds could have carried forward from year one to year two. That would have made for an easier transition for these programs, and then they could continue on much more quickly. The other piece of this is for funding this large, please don't get me wrong, we are very, very appreciative, but we needed a grant manager. And so we needed someone to not only set up all the documents and do this, run the competitive process, but to start to collect the outcomes, do all the reporting. I didn't have anyone on my team that had the time to do that. It really is a full-time job, but we were able to use some of our ARP ESSER fundings, which ends September 30th of 2024. We were able to use those funds to hire somebody on, and he took charge quickly, and he was in charge of the whole process from start to where we are now. So I think that would be a recommendation that we would love for that to be considered. And so then you have my contact information, but as well as some of my teams that is appropriate. So thank you.
Thank you for that presentation. And, I think this is a good example. When we were in the last legislative session, we were talking about read by three. And of course, we're all in favor of students being up to competency, but I think it was, really incumbent upon us to make sure that we provided some resources and supports, because you can't just change the bar, change the metrics without investing. I mean, we already ask teachers and schools to do so much as it is. So I just want to point out to the Senate Majority Leader's point, I think this was a good example of us trying to figure out what the funding was. I will acknowledge that, if you remember the legislative session, the funding came very late. I think this was one of the last days of session that we were able to put this funding into Assembly Bill 400. So a couple of questions that I have. Of the $140 million over the biennium, how much of that do you expect will not be spent and will be reverted? And then a subpart of that is, are you able to offer an opinion on, was that because of the way the program was run, that all of a sudden you had to ramp up, you didn't have support? And I guess the real bottom line is, if you're able to opine on what the need actually would be going forward, do we think $140 million a biennium is appropriate? Should it be more than that? Should it include staff? So I know I just asked you 9 questions, but if you could maybe provide your thoughts on that funding mechanism and what you'd like to see going forward.
Thank you for all the questions. This is Patty Oya for the record. Out of the $70 million, just looking at this year alone, we allocated $47.4 million, which was 22.6 remaining just on the table alone. To be honest, expended to date, obviously things will, people will still get a lot more funding requests in by the end of the year, but I looked it up this morning and $8.5 million was expended so far in requests for funds. So I know that seems low, and I know that's disappointing to hear, again, but it was due to the late ramp up, and some of the awardees didn't get their funding till September and September, April. I mean, so it's really hard for them to expect to spend all of the dollars for their great plans. And we truly believe that the pre-K seats are, part of this literacy, goes hand in hand with the Read by Grade 3. So when we talk about Read by Grade 3 and those scores that you were looking at before, you're thinking about, well, pre-K, is a part of that, and we would hope to see, with more investment in pre-K, we would hope to see those scores up. But remembering that we're still serving, I think I have the numbers here, less than 22% of all eligible 4-year-olds and less than 8.4% of all 4-year-olds, so 8% of all 4-year-olds. So when you think about, steps to universal pre-K, which I hope we can talk about at some point, you're really thinking about, yes, we should see the needle move with Read by Grade 3 and this funding combined, but you're talking about a very small impact of 4-year-olds who need those skills. I think most of the grantees that you heard the Northern Nevada Literacy Council, come out and support, but even so, it really was a timing issue in having the capacity.
Great, thank you for those comments. And I'll note as well, I don't know if it was part of the official record, but I did receive a letter from the Boys and Girls Clubs, thanking us for that funding and talking about the fact that they were able to provide programming for over 170 pre-K per quarter, which, to your point, I think it's not a huge number in terms of the need that's out there, but it is a starting point. I know you're going to do this already, but I would just ask, as we move into the next legislative session and getting prepared for that, if you have thoughts about how this program could be better structured from the state level, whether that's some kind of more staggered funding. Obviously, you have some suggestions about carryover funding, but should there be positions? So any feedback you have from the front lines, I think would be very helpful for us as legislators as we try to figure out how to get this right and how to provide support to as many students as possible. I don't want the fact that a lot of money hasn't been spent to be an obstacle. I do think there were some real challenges to the fact that this came so late in the session. I don't think anyone really knew about it until the end of May or June, and then we asked you to essentially stand up a new grant program without any support. So aware of that, and would just ask for a continued dialogue on what we can do on the state side. We do have some additional questions here. I'll go to Assemblywoman Howdiggy.
Thank you, Chair. And I just had a question. I agree. I love what you say. I completely agree that, pre-K is essential to Read by Grade 3. And so my question just had to do with how you guys distributed the funding. Could you go to slide 4? Because I just want to see that number for pre-K. I think it was like 10 million, right, that was awarded for Opportunity 1? Okay, so we had about 9 million was awarded to Opportunity 1, and then we had the majority of it going to Opportunity 2, which was 38 million. And then at the end, you mentioned that we are going to introduce another funding bucket, Opportunity 3, and there's about 22 million. I mean, by introducing another opportunity bucket, does that mean we won't have any more opportunities for Opportunity 1? Because I would like to see that funding increased. Again, because of how late the program got started, I'm assuming that's why some people didn't apply. But how did you guys decide on how you were going to distribute the funding? Was it just based on applications, or was it based on we're giving a percentage to Opportunity 1, this percentage to Opportunity 2, and we'll introduce Opportunity 3 in the next funding opportunity?
For the record, Patty Oya, thank you. That's a great question. So we did open the competitive application process at the same time for both Opportunity 1 and 2. Most of the seats of the 9 million are going to our current Nevada Ready state pre-K recipients, so they were well prepared to know exactly how many seats they could expand on, and they were excited because they were the ones who wanted to see the expanded eligibility, so they were ready to go. We did get the 2 new districts to offer seats as well, but then I think that's why it was so important to think about Opportunity 3 coming up, that there could be some space and classroom space or other nonprofits that want to offer seats, but if they don't have the infrastructure, the support to do that, to get a smaller playground equipment, get the smaller toilets, all of that goes along with opening seats, that we weren't going to be able to expand much more. But we did prioritize the money there, and then once we saw what was left, we went through the reviews of Opportunity 2. But it was all a competitive application. Mm-hmm.
Do you have one? Okay, I think we don't have additional questions down here in Las Vegas. How about in Carson City? Any questions?
I have a question, Mr. Chair. Assemblyman
Yes,
Miranda.
please. You told me that. I'm sorry.
It's
Go
okay.
ahead.
I know, it's a surprise. What a surprise question for me. I'm looking through the actual application and everything, I'm not seeing any language that has to do with any of our indigenous communities. Has there been any outreach to our tribal communities, in particular those that do have possibly schools that are actually run by the federal Native American schools, but just wondering if there's been any outreach to our indigenous and tribal lands?
For the record, this is Patty Oya. Thank you for the question. I don't think we made specific outreach. I think we had to look at very carefully to, it was very specific in the bill, school district, local education agencies, nonprofits, and sponsors of charter schools, so individual schools could not apply. And so I'm not sure that they would qualify, and we'd have to look at each case separately. But I know we did send the information out on our listserv and to our partners, and because of some of our other programs, we did work. We know that information might have gotten out there. Again, if you weren't ready to apply for the grant, it was quite an extensive process, and so sometimes the smaller community programs could not get their application in as quickly as they wanted to, too, which could be the other barrier.
Thank you so much for that clarification, and I completely understand, and so that's something just to maybe put in the back of the mind. And then also just wanted to do a quick shout out to the Classroom on Wheels. So happy that has some money, because although that's not in my district, I love that program. It's such a great program. So thank you so much for the presentation.
Thank you, Assemblywoman. Any additional questions in Carson City? Okay, I don't see additional questions, so thank you for the presentation. We know how to reach you, and we will definitely be in touch with any additional questions. And so thanks to the Department of Education, I realize we probably brought almost all of your team here to spend a couple hours with us this morning, but appreciate the thoughtfulness and the presentations that you put together to help us figure out this accountability issue. Just a lay of the land for folks who are still here in the audience. If you're following along in the agenda, we just got through agenda item number 3, which is the Department of Education. Candidly, I believe that's probably the longest agenda item because of the different pieces and parts. But what we're going to do next is we'll go to agenda item 4 and talk about the Commission on School Funding. We're going to aim to get through that entire presentation, and that's probably the place where we're going to break for lunch for about 30 minutes. So I certainly want to encourage you to stay for this presentation because I think it will be good, but just want to realize if you are one of the 3 school districts, you're almost certainly going to be after the lunch break. And again, thank you for your patience as we try to get through all this. I think it's important for us to do this, but wanted to give you that lay of the land. And so I'm going to formally now open agenda item number 4, and this is the overview and discussion from the Commission on School Funding. And we have Mr. Guy Hobbs with us today. So we'll invite him up to the table. Thank you for being here. And Mr. Hobbs, we have like 4 different subcategories under this presentation, and I'll sort of defer to you if you would like to sort of make your remarks and talk about all of those. We can come back for questions if you want to do them one at a time. Do you have a preference in terms of how we structure the presentation?
Guy Hobbs with Commission on School Funding, and I would certainly yield to you on that. I'm happy to go through them sequentially, and then if there are questions, take them along the way, if that works.
Yeah, I think that should work just fine. And before you get started, I did just want to say the first item is the 10-year plan to meet optimal funding for K-12 education. That is agenda item 4, sub 1. And I wanted to point out I know you know that the work that you do is important, but I've sort of carried around this executive summaries. Now, I'm going to be candid. I haven't read the whole report because it's much longer, but this executive summary from November 14th, 2022, I think has been sort of a guidepost for us during the session in terms of policy and funding. And I did just want to read one part from this because I wanted to ask you a little bit about where we are in terms of what we did last legislative session with funding. But talking about getting Nevada to the sort of national average of per pupil funding, there was a recommendation here that said in order to get to that level, we would need to invest somewhere between $2.2 billion and $2.7 billion, and that was like 2022 dollars. And so I think, as you're aware, we invested something close to $2 billion, I believe, the last biennium. And then wanted to also, this is not a publication from you, but it is from the superintendents, the INVEST document, and they had recommended, again, this was before the last legislative session, but they essentially had asked for a $270.8 million increase in new funding for fiscal year 24. So obviously we were in a fortunate circumstance to be able to meet those funding levels, but wanted to ask you, I know that funding is complicated, per pupil funding is complicated, and there's a lot going on in the country and in the state. So how are we doing with the investments that we made in the last biennium, and what are we going to have to do into the future to get to that national average?
Again, Guy Hobbs, Chair of the Commission on School Funding, and I'll just make note of the fact that there are two other members of the commission that are here in the audience today, Jason Gowdy and Senator Joyce Woodhouse. I appreciate not only them being here, but also their contributions to the commission itself. There seem to be so many questions wrapped up in the question that you just asked me, but let me see if I can work through that. The report that we filed a year ago this past November, which is the one that you're referring to and the one that you have the executive summary from. That report will be redrafted, and we're in the process at this point of working on updating those numbers. A lot of things have changed. One of the things we're waiting for right now, not to jump around too much, but one of the things we're waiting for right now is the updated funding statistics from NCES. We expect those to come out this month. As you recall, in preparing that report, we used two targets to compare Nevada's per pupil funding to. One of those being the national average, and the other one being one that is referred to as a professional judgment amount. It was provided by subject matter experts, and that is obviously higher than just achieving the national average. So that's why that range in funding that you noted before. With regard to the NCES statistics, I imagine that we're not the only state that faced some of the financial issues that we face, both negative and positive, with respect to federal funding and COVID dollars and those kinds of things. So we're going to be very interested to see how the national average has moved and how we have moved relative to that national average. But to your point, and I know that lunch is coming, so I'll try to work through my words here. I would expect that we would have the target calculations completed this month with the arrival of the NCES statistics, and then a redraft of the report, the whole report that you made note of. My hope is by June, certainly by July, that portion of it will be redrafted. And that report is important because the original charge of the commission was to identify optimal funding, as difficult as that may have been to define. Identify optimal funding and where we are and the delta between optimal funding and where Nevada currently funds, and also identify methods of funding that gap over a 10-year period. So the expectation right now is that that report will be completed by June, certainly by July. Now that's just simply one element, sticking with the education theme of the day. That's just one of the many homework assignments that the Commission on School Funding was given after the last legislative session. So I'm not sure if we covered the first point. Mr. Chairman, I'll let you.
I think we did, in the sense that I think the answer is we're not sure yet, but we'll know when we get the updated report. So, probably what we'll do is we'll have another one of these subcommittee meetings sometime this calendar year, probably towards the end of the year. So we'll probably have you come back and talk about that report when it's available. But I did want to recognize the commission as well, because I think, that I don't know, maybe we had reports like this in the past, but I think that report that you put out in 2022 was immensely helpful for myself and the Senate Majority Leader, our chairs of the money committees, to figure out like how do we start moving forward on this. And I think your point is well taken that certainly other states have invested in education as well. I did see a report, I'm going to assume it's accurate. I think it came from a reputable source that indicated that Nevada had the highest percentage increase of education spending of any of the 50 states and the territories. So hopefully that will move the needle. But I think we'll wait to sort of see that report. But before I move on to the next bullet point, I did want to see if any other commission members had questions about Agenda Item 4, Subsection 1, the 10-year plan to meet optimal funding, realizing that we're going to get an updated report here in a couple of months. So, questions down here in Las Vegas? How about in Carson City? Any questions?
Mr. Chair.
Okay, please, go ahead. Senator Titus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that. And I appreciate the presentation. Looking forward to hearing more from them. However, my concern and my question really is, as you mentioned, Speaker Yeager, that Nevada had the highest percent increase in funding of any state on an article that you read. And I do appreciate that. Having, again, as I stated earlier, been here 5 sessions, every year we give you more money. And now I'm seeing worse and worse outcomes from that. And so my hope is that the Commission on School Funding just doesn't look at what the other states are doing in percent of funding. I want to know what's been done about the money with the money we've already given you. And if you're looking at what programs work, what programs don't work, what was a waste of money, what did we give that didn't work, so that we can know and better be prepared for this thing worked, this needs more money, but this one didn't, we can withdraw funds from that. Is that any part of this conversation?
Yeah, thank you, Senator Titus. And I think you provided a nice roadmap, I think, to Agenda Item 4.2, which I believe Mr. Hobbs will talk about, which is we did impose some additional requirements on the Commission on School Funding exactly in the areas that you're talking about. So I'll go ahead and let you talk about Agenda Item 2, and if you want to try to address some of Senator Titus's questions during that presentation, then we'll circle back to see if there are other questions.
Be very happy to. Thank you. And I certainly understand the question. If someone were to ask me the key item for the Commission on School Funding during this interim, we mentioned the report a moment ago. I could list out a number of topics we were given to address, many of which we've already addressed and closed. But the key item is helping to develop a system of accountability, reporting, measurement, and essentially something that would allow you all who make these investments over time to get a sense of return on investment. I know that we're not the only ones working on that, but that will be central to us completing all of the tasks that we were given by this November. That's the time frame that we have, and we'll be filing all of our reports by November. Hopefully that addresses Senator Titus's question. That is something that we're working on. And what I'm trying to do right now is get a lot of the unrelated items that are on our task sheet out of the way, so we can bring the entire Commission's focus to the accountability and reporting and return on investment part of our assignment. With that in mind, there was a question asked about the way that the appropriations that were provided to the Commission on School Funding have been used thus far, and I'll just quickly address that. We were provided $500,000 in general fund appropriation by SB 98. To date, we're in the process of procuring, and this is all done through the Nevada Department of Education, because otherwise we have no authority really to do anything on our own. So with their assistance and help, we're in the process of procuring 2 subject matter expert contracts for $213,000 of the $500,000 to carry out various studies outlined in Section 7 of SB 98. The subject matter experts that were in the process, and this procurement process has taken a while, and I would like to thank Department of Education for their steadfastness in helping navigate the state's procurement process. but I believe that we're at near the end of that at this point. We've secured APA, Augenblick, Palak and Associates, who I know that you're all familiar with, to do additional work on our behalf, as well as applied analysis. Now, remember too that there are a number of subtopics. They're not necessarily working on the same topic. And I think it's important to say that the Commission also receives significant pro bono contributions from the members of the Commission, many of whom have technical expertise and backgrounds and are providing that in addition to that which is being paid for by appropriations. With respect to the monies that were appropriated by Assembly Bill 400, that was $1 million over the course of the year. About $990,000 of that has been allocated to procurement of WestEd, APA, and some other resources, Dr. Stoddard, internal project management. And again, that's all being supplemented by pro bono contributions from the technical members of the Commission on School Funding.
Thank you, Mr. Hobbs. And so, Senator Titus, I think the answer to your question is we should have some additional information on that by November, which is when the reports will be due by the Commission on School Funding. So I'm not trying to predict the future, but I would anticipate the next meeting of this subcommittee will probably be post-November. So we'll have a chance to look at those reports, digest them, and ask some questions. Mr. Hobbs, I did have one question while we're on the topic of I guess, funding. We talked a little bit earlier, I'm not sure if you were here yet, but we talked to the Department of Education about the executive audit that was conducted and presented. And I read some commentary on the audit that I thought wasn't really in line with what the audit said. And so I wanted to get your take on that, because what the headline I read was this audit came out and it said money doesn't matter, you shouldn't spend more money on education. And I looked at the audit and I didn't read it that way. I'm not going to put my gloss on it, but as the Commission sort of looked at that audit and went through it, could you just speak to that, I guess, narrative out there that there was somehow a conclusion that money didn't make a difference?
Thank you for the question. Again, Guy Hobbs. Upon reading some of the coverage of what the audit contained, set about to actually read the audit, distributed that to other members of the Commission on School Funding for their comments. And we actually had an agenda item 2 meetings ago to discuss our take on the audit versus that which we read in the media reports. And after reading the report, I wasn't sure I was reading the right report, to tell you the truth. There were statements in the audit report itself that said that money did matter, that investment in education does provide return. Now, of course, it's additionally qualified by how that is done and that sort of thing. After reviewing after reviewing the audit and getting the comments from the other members of the Commission, I did craft a letter that I sent to Governor Lombardo, providing him with my thoughts about what the audit really said. And I'd be very happy to share that letter with all of you if that would be of any interest to you, but it was quite different than the media accounts I read.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful if, after the meeting, if you could submit that letter, and we'll just make sure everybody on the committee gets a chance to read it. I think one of the difficulties, obviously, these audits are very long and involved, and sometimes it's hard for folks to expect them to sit down and read hundreds of pages of audit. So often, whatever that media narrative is gets out there first. But I'm glad that the Commission took that up and dove into it. And I think I would encourage members of this Commission as well, to the extent you read something in the media, just go to the source and take a look at it, because my take was it said what we all know, that money in and of itself isn't necessarily going to make a difference. It's what you do with the money, and I think that's that's why we're all here today, and that's why your group is doing what you're doing. It's why we're having legislative auditors look at education to be able to figure out, are we making the appropriate investments? But I'll stop with my gloss on that. And before we move to sub-agenda item 3, which is the at-risk formula, any other questions or comments from the committee on, I guess, sub-point 1 or 2, which is essentially optimal funding, or Senate Bill 98, Assembly Bill 400 progress? Anyone down here in Las Vegas? No. How about in Carson City? Any questions or comments before we move on? Okay, I don't see any. So, Mr. Hobbs, we'll go to number 3, which is, we had a lot of discussion at the legislative session about the transition on the methodology used to identify at-risk pupils. I've tried to follow the work of the commission as well, and I know you guys have had a lot of discussion about the at-risk definition. So if you could just give us a sense of where that's at the moment, and any sort of preliminary conclusions or advice that the Commission on School Funding might have regarding the at-risk pupil definition.
Well, thank you very much. Again, Guy Hobbs, representing the Commission on School Funding. And this may be one of the longer topics that we'll be discussing this morning. But yes, I mean, clearly shifting from a system of identification of at-risk using the former metric of free and reduced lunch to the grad score metric is really what this item was all about. And not to cut the discussion short, but I think one of the reactions that most of us had, I certainly had, was that using free and reduced lunch as a singular metric cast a very wide net on one metric. And the wideness of that net was roughly half of the students in Nevada that are enrolled in public schools, and that seemed to be rather odd. And that made us focus back too on, well, really, what does at-risk mean? I think everybody has somewhat of a visceral reaction when they hear the term. But as we worked our way into it, our understanding is that it's at risk of graduating, which makes complete sense. If what we're doing is providing a system of education, making sure that the students have success in that system and actually move out of that system as armed as they can possibly be with all the tools necessary to be a productive member of society, at risk of graduating is the sensible way to look at it. And it seemed that there were a lot of folks defining at-risk in much broader terms than at risk of graduating. The grad score approach, instead of using a singular metric like eligibility for free and reduced lunch, was built around 75 different metrics that were weighted differently. It was an algorithm essentially designed to be predictive in the area of graduation, which certainly sounds like a better fit than a single metric, which again only measures one thing. Of course, on the other side, there would be folks that would argue, and then the points were raised, that we don't have a lot of historical experience using this. And at the end of the day, the fact that you have a choice between an algorithm designed to focus on what the target population is that you're trying to measure versus one that overshot the mark a bit, our recommendation would be to continue with the grad score, and obviously as a part of that, have that reviewed on an ongoing basis to ensure that it's performing the way that it is intended to perform. So that is one of our recommendations. One of the other recommendations, there was a percentile. You've had a lot of discussion today about percentiles. The grad score had a percentile set at the 20th percentile. Whether or not that's the appropriate percentile is something that time will tell. But the fact that the 20th percentile was hard-coded into the NRS is something that we're recommending that be a floating value and be determined biannually based on data, and probably the party that should make that determination with appropriate input would be the State Board of Education. Obviously, then that would be considered by you all. But instead of being a hard and fast value at 20% with no empirical data to suggest that's the right percentile, we would suggest that that be a floating percentage based on supporting data. And finally, this is a different type of a recommendation, but all of the issues that people had around the term at risk, the reactions to it, misunderstandings about what it really meant. We are also making a suggestion that the term at risk be replaced with a new term. And the new term that we came up with was student success support. And, you know, the tie there is between success in terms of graduating and providing the students some level of support so they can be successful at graduating. That seemed to make more sense to us because at risk, I think, is something that's A, been misunderstood, and B, probably has a non-desirable stigma attached to it. So that's the sum and substance of the recommendations that we're making, paraphrased more grossly than my notes here.
Thank you for those comments. And, you know, I think during session, some of us had definitely some concerns about how many students were formerly at risk, and then under the new definition, how few students it seemed like would be at risk. And, you know, I don't want to get too much into the weeds of the actual, I guess, matrix that's used, but I did hear some concerns that students that were similarly situated, sometimes one of them would be at risk under the definition that was used. Sometimes the student would not be. Did you get a chance to, you know, look at some of those issues through your commission's meeting and provide feedback to the vendor about trying to make sure that whatever tool it is that they're using at least treats similarly situated students in the same fashion?
Again, thank you for the question, Guy Hobbs, Commission on School Funding. Yes, we had that exchange with the vendor and certainly provided our thoughts with respect to that. There was some sensitivity. I mentioned to you that there were 75 different metrics that are being used with different weights to run through the algorithm and make a determination as to those with a higher propensity, you know, to maybe not graduate, allowing services to be targeted toward those. Whether the weighting on all of those metrics is correct at this point, it's intended to be predictive, but history may tell us that those weights need to change over time. So this is something that requires constant monitoring to ensure that it actually is doing everything it is being designed to do. And I didn't mean that as an evasive answer to your question, but I don't know that there's enough history and experience behind its use yet to say otherwise.
Yeah, that makes sense. I know, you know, we did ask during the legislative session, and we got a breakdown of all the different factors, as I know you did as well. And I think part of the difficulty for us was it just sort of came so late in session. It was really hard for us to kind of get into the weeds on that sort of thing. But I think that's a place where the commission really can help in the future to help look at those and you know, make sure that this is a tool that works for Nevada, and it actually is predictive in some sense. Obviously, we don't have a track record to be able to make that determination right now. But I think long term, asking the commission to look at this, hopefully it's something 10 years from now when new people are in these seats, they'll have 10 years of data to go back and look at and say, we got it right, or we need to keep tweaking it. So I appreciate that we're at the beginning of that process.
And to that, I would just simply add, you have this commission for a reason, and on an ongoing basis, it's you that gives us homework assignments, not me that should give them to myself, but to future versions of the Commission on School Funding. I think an ongoing monitoring of the performance of this is something that's certainly a good fit for them, because we're tasked with monitoring the pupil-centered funding plan as a whole anyway.
Okay, thank you. I know we do have some additional questions, and let's mix it up and start up in Carson City this time around. I know Assemblywoman Anderson has a question, so we'll start with her.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. My question has to do with this idea of a floating data idea. Would that then possibly bring into, it's just an idea of like our students that are needing that mental health, would that be something that you would also be talking about? Because last week, 2 weeks ago, we heard some alarming statistics of the need of how many more mental health professionals we need in our schools. So is that something you're thinking about with that floating data item, or am I confused about the idea that you're proposing with this?
Again, Guy Hobbs, I would certainly never suggest that you're confused. Maybe I didn't say it as clearly as I would have otherwise hoped. I was referring to this use of a 20th percentile, where those that are below it are categorized at risk and those above it would not be. And of course, we're also suggesting a change of that terminology. Now, whether the 20th percentile is the right place for it to be, or whether that should be the 24th percentile or the 19th percentile, is really a function of how the statistics work out. And you know, if there were a cluster of students, let's say at the 21st and 22nd percentiles, and we were cutting it off at the 20th, that would be cause to take another look to ensure that we're actually capturing all that should be captured. And that's what I was suggesting as a floating statistic, that data will be largely suggestive to us as to where that should be from biennium to biennium. It didn't really have anything to do with the specific services provided to students that qualify, as much as making sure we're capturing those that should.
Thank you so much for that clarification. And you don't have to say that I'm confused. I'll admit it. So that greatly appreciate that. So basically, the floating is more about where we would do the cutoff then, and not necessarily what would be considered for the data. And so that's kind of what I'm understanding you say. And then my other question was then, has there been discussion about adding other information for us to be able to start? I mean, I am going back to that mental health issue, because those are some pretty concerning items that are getting in the way of our children being able to graduate. So just wondering if that's been part of the discussion, or if that's something more for the Department of Education, more than the commission to discuss.
Again, Guy Hobbs, I don't know that we would necessarily shy away from any challenge, although I would always defer to the Department of Education. They have more data and experience with those sorts of things than the Commission on School Funding. I do believe as time goes on, and I can have this discussion with Department of Education and the vendor, that the metrics that are being used and how those are weighted over time would probably be informative about why students are also qualifying under whatever the percentile is. I'm not 100% sure, but I would think that we would be able to get a lot of information from the statistics themselves. And that might address part of your question, you know, certainly not now because we don't have enough experience with it, but certainly in time, it may tend to tell you, give you more of a sense of the characteristics of those that qualify under the percentile.
Thank you so much for that clarification, and thank you for the presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Are there additional questions in Carson City for Mr. Hobbs? I don't hear anybody. How about down here in Las Vegas? Senator Nandero Loop.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Hobbs, there's like a really huge amount of assignments between AB 400 and Senate Bill 98. So how is the commission sort of organizing that work and getting it all done? Because I know that you have a finite amount of time that you have been given to complete this assignment, and we want to make sure that you aren't at risk or you have student success support.
Thank you very much. Yes, and we still have carryover from SB 543 as well as the new assignments from 400 and from 98 as well as legislative memorandum. And so we've tried to sort those out. What we did going back probably 4 months now is we divided the commission into a series of working groups to be able to concentrate, because some of these topics, each one is a very important topic on its own. some of them are not linked to the core purpose or core assignment that we have during this interim, which is the accountability reporting, return on investment, et cetera, et cetera. I'll give you a couple of examples. Teacher recruitment and retention, teacher pipeline, that is a separate subject. We put that into a working group that's headed by one of the members of our commission. There was one that dealt with small school capital, particularly in the rural areas. We brought closure to that one last Friday. That was a working group that I headed because that's an area that I generally work in anyway. Optimal funding. That's another one that I'm heading. That's, again, work that's very familiar to me given what I've done for the past 40-ish years. We have one that is generally about the pupil-centered funding plan, and a question that we need to ask often, and that is it working as intended? Senator Woodhouse is heading that working group, and my understanding from her is at our next meeting toward the end of this month, we should bring closure to the questions surrounding that. We have a work group that involves accessibility within public schools, which I believe is more oftentimes termed open zoning. We have a member of the commission that's heading that one, and my belief is that we'll have closure on that by June as well. And we realize that when I say closure, closure comes in the form of recommendations and information that we provide you. We completely understand that. And then we have 3 of the working groups that are focused on different elements of the reporting and accountability. One of them is on all of the reporting that is currently done. You heard testimony earlier that in taking an inventory of all current reporting, there are 459 reports. And then, of course, I added one by asking for a report on the reporting, now getting us to 460, right? And, the belief there is there's a lot of duplicative data being provided. And where we could reduce that redundancy, we would like to be able to do that because that's a lot of work putting together all those reports. And something else that we want to understand very clearly is what is the disposition and final value of all of those reports? Can some of them be combined? Largely our interest in this is not only reducing duplicative workload, but isolating the data that will be necessary for making determinations about reporting. What is the most salient data that we could be including that could provide you with the ability to make judgments like you've been talking about, well, for many, many sessions, and certainly been talking about today about the effectiveness of certain programs and the outcomes, which is the thing that's commonly measured. So we have work groups that are assigned to that as well. We've brought closure to a number of items thus far. We have a lot to do between now and November. Hopefully that answered your question, Senator Dondarelou.
Thank you. It just sort of put it all in perspective, and I appreciate all the work that you and the commission are doing because I know it's sometimes overwhelming, and education's a really important topic. So thank you very much, and it's great to see you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Additional questions in Las Vegas? I don't see additional questions, so that will conclude agenda item 4, subsection 3. That takes us to the last item under agenda item number 4, and that is, I don't think we've touched on this yet, but if you want to touch on it quickly, this is the progress on developing recommendations related to a target weight for funding the state special education program.
On that particular topic, sorry, I was moving away more quickly than I should have. WestEd is currently working to finalize their report and recommendations. Once the department has had an opportunity to review the report and the recommendations, a presentation will be shared with the Commission on School Funding for final recommendations. And of course, that's part of that overall workload, and the background work on that is in progress at this point.
Thank you for that update. I don't suspect we have questions on that item, but I'll give folks a chance if there are questions on subsection 4. Okay, it sounds like we're going to get some additional information on that. Mr. Hobbs, just want to thank you for being here. And please, we have a few commission members here, but please let the Commission on School Funding know how much we appreciate the work that you all are doing. We feel like we're very busy in the interim, and we certainly are as legislators, but we could not do the work to get ready for next session without folks like you and the Commission on School Funding to help us. And I have no doubt that the next reports that come out are going to be sitting in my briefcase. So every time I have a chance to pull those out and look at it and think about where the state's going to go in terms of education, that's been a great roadmap. So thanks for the work you're doing, and thanks for being here.
Thank you very much, and thank you. I think all the members of the commission take the work very seriously, and the fact that you all thought that a lot of these topics were important enough to have a commission like this put together is something that we would certainly express our gratitude to you for.
Thank you. So we will close agenda item number 4. And as promised, before we get to agenda item number 5, I think this is a good time for us to break for what is going to be a 30-minute lunch, and a real 30 minutes, not a legislative 30 minutes. So right now I show that
a school 30 minutes.
We are at 12:15, so we are going to resume at 12:45. So I'd ask all members to make sure you're back in your seats by 12:45 so we can get through our 3 remaining school districts and public comment. So everyone have a great lunch. Okay, we will come back to order just a few minutes later than anticipated, but given legislative time, we're pretty much right on schedule. So thank you for your patience, everyone who allowed us an opportunity to get something to eat so we can continue to power forward through this agenda. We just have really one more main agenda item, and that's agenda item number 5, which is a presentation from a few of our school districts. And we're just going to go in order as listed on the agenda, which I think is alphabetical by the school district. So I will now call up the Clark County School District, and I know we have our interim superintendent, Dr. Larson Mitchell, Mr. Gowdy as well. So one, I wanted to say thank you ahead of time for the presentation you put together. Again, we don't always get a chance to look at those ahead of time, but I think it's really helpful for committee members to be able to preview that the night before, and of course helpful for our other legislators who are not on this committee to be able to look at that as well. So thanks for putting that together, and we'll give you a chance to go through your presentation, and then I'm sure we'll have some questions. So please start when you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Yeager, Vice Chair Canizaro, and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Brenda Larson Mitchell, Interim Superintendent of the Clark County School District. Joining me today is my colleague Jason Gowdy, Chief Financial Officer. We extend our continued appreciation to the legislature and the governor for the historic increase in public education funding to enable further significant investments in our dedicated and very deserving employees of the Clark County School District. Please know that the district is committed to working together with the whole community for our children, and we are grateful for your partnership in educating our children. The legislature's commitment to public education is clear, evident in the historic increase in public education funding. The effect for Clark County students is drastic. Resources allocated for CCSD students has increased significantly, especially since the implementation of the pupil-centered funding plan. At this time, with your permission, Chair, I will transition to Mr. Gowdy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jason Gowdy for the record. Just wanted to talk a little bit about, again, the historic funding, the increase in the pupil-centered funding plan for the Clark County School District and how that money translates into this slide. So the first section is $1.08 billion. That's the increased PCFP funding related to the base, auxiliary, and special education increase, and that's for the biennium itself. Additionally, there was a weighted funding increase of $437 million that was allocated to Clark County School District. Again, to fund the expenditures that were required over the biennium, we did pull some additional funds from previous reserves. These were assigned funds for things of this nature. It was not unanticipated. We anticipated spending it during this time period. And then additionally, there, consistent with any budget, there were some one-time expenditures in the prior biennium that did not recur, so that freed up some money for us as well. Totaling all of that gets us down to right around $1.59 billion. So the other piece is talking about the additional funding that was provided and most recently approved by the IFC related to SB 231 funds. So CCSD was allocated the approval for $174 million. And essentially we are dedicating that funding to attack employee recruitment as well as employee retention. We have pay increases for all of our licensed professionals, support professionals, and school police. And then additionally, we have differential pay for special education and critical hard-to-fill positions. So this is a summary of the increased budgeted expenditures and how they were spent. If you look at compensation and benefit increases of $993 million, that is broken down between $684 million for licensed professionals, $226 million for support professionals, $73 million for administrators, and $10 million for school police. That's the increase in compensation and benefit that came essentially out of our pupil-centered funding plan increases. And then additionally, out of the $437 million that went into increased funding for weights, approximately $397 million of that was related to increase in funding either for new positions and or increases in their pay. So that shows that we spent approximately $1.39 billion of the $1.5 billion on increased compensation and benefits. Additionally, it was an increase in CCSD's portion related to PERS, related to the rate increase, as well as substitutes being qualified to receive PERS benefits. There was also increases anticipated in utilities and inflation related to normal price increases on our contracts, about $31 million. We additionally dedicated $15 million to instructional materials that were previously funded with ESSER funds that are expiring in September 2024. And then additionally, we had some technology and one-to-one device sustainability that was previously funded with ESSER funds as well. For our one-to-one devices, and that's around $30 million, which those two components equal to 45, and that overall shows us about the $1.5 billion expenditure that we have over the biennium.
Chair and members of the committee, for the record, Brenda Larson Mitchell. Most of our additional investments have gone to increase compensation for support professionals, licensed professionals, and administrators. As across the nation, we have struggled with vacancies, including support professionals, licensed educators, and administrators. We know that improved salaries lead to improved recruitment and retention, which leads to safe, positive learning environments for our students and employees. And we know that the number one school-based variable for student success is the teacher in the classroom, and the essential support that all of our educators provide is critical to promote the achievement of our students. Having high-quality educators increases student outcomes and decreases dropout rates. The core work we are implementing in the Clark County School District supplements the increases in compensation. Some of our current initiatives can be categorized into three areas: making sure our core function of instruction is solid, increasing access for all students, and strengthening social emotional support and wraparound services. Instructionally, we are making sure our teachers have high-quality curriculum and instructional materials aligned with the Nevada academic content standards, consistent at a level not seen in decades. We have implemented tiered support that allows us to better serve students and schools at multiple levels and with a wide variety of needs. It allows us to identify and respond to specific academic, behavioral, and social-emotional needs of students, including our English language learners and students receiving special education services. We know the impact of and have implemented and emphasized collaborative planning and professional learning. We have surrounded the schools with the most need with additional supports and resources. Consistent implementation of these efforts together allows us to integrate it all using common materials, common language, and common goals. We are also committed to increasing access for students, especially those who experience barriers to access. For example, we know that children who receive high-quality pre-K have better attendance and an increased chance of reading by third grade. And we are continually working toward increasing pre-K enrollment, as we have seen a 42% increase in pre-K enrollment this year. We have also increased access to advanced coursework at the high school level by formally changing expectations for student scheduling. We are seeing major successes here, increases in AP participation and performance, dual enrollment, and CTE. The pandemic surfaced for adults and children alike the importance of mental health, and we have been continually adapting our systems around social emotional support and wraparound services in response. We will continue to provide mental health supports for the upcoming school year. Interventions for chronic absenteeism are helping, as we have experienced a 7% percentage point reduction from semester one last year to semester one this year. Every school has a multidisciplinary leadership team to support students, and the Acceleration Academy provides a blended learning model that allows students to work in person and at home year-round, which has helped us support students we would have traditionally lost right toward the end of their high school career. Using the increased pupil-centered funding plan and weighted funds allocated to schools, principals are making decisions to invest in solutions that impact individual school and student needs. As Mr. Gowdy shared earlier, a significant proportion of that increase at the school level is going to salary increases for additional positions funded at the school level. In addition, schools are implementing tiered supports to promote student learning. For example, many elementary schools hire certified temporary tutors to provide Tier 2 and Tier 3 instruction for students needing additional support. Secondary schools also purchase teachers' preparation periods for additional classes to support students' mastery in mathematics and English language arts. Schools are also implementing reading skills centers and after-school and summer learning opportunities for students. Schools are also investing in attendance and wraparound supports. Schools are also investing in educators and staff. For example, schools are providing targeted staffing to reduce class sizes, provide additional support, and improve campus safety. Schools are also providing collaboration time and professional learning for their staff. They are also investing in school facilities, including facility maintenance and modernization, safety features, and facility projects to improve facilities. As a district, we look forward to sharing with you the initial impact of these increased funds as data cycles close out. In September 2024, proficiency data is released for the 23-24 school year. Teacher retention and recruitment data will be available at the end of each school year, and those cycles continue into the 24-25 school year to close out the biennium. Over the next few slides, I'm going to share where we are at this point in time with our student outcomes. You may consider these results as a baseline for the increased investment in this biennium, with results expected to surface throughout this and the next biennium. In this data, you will see what you are already fully aware of. We are not where we want to be. You will also see that we are seeing signs of recovery from the pandemic and evidence that some of our earliest recovery efforts are impacting student outcome data and moving in the right direction. Specifically in mathematics, where we first implemented new curriculum district-wide 3 years ago, you can see the increase in elementary school levels, both district-wide and in Title I schools. The same is true district-wide and in Title I schools at the middle school level. And in grades 3 through 8, every student group made gains. Unfortunately, that trend is not continuing at the high school level as ACT math scores are lagging. For context, in CCSD, 230 schools have a Title I designation. We also know there are significant proficiency gaps with these results. Once again, these results are certainly not where we want to be, but we are headed in the right direction. Our educators and school leaders have been working extremely hard to implement the new math curriculum. Also, students participate in interim assessments. We use Map Growth, which provides teachers with information that allows them to adjust instruction and provide projections for future proficiency rates. This year's interim assessments are projecting a continued increase in elementary and middle school mathematics proficiency for this year. So our educators are continuing to press forward, and we are eager to see the results in September. Our progress in literacy is mixed. We implemented the English language arts curriculum this school year. Since returning from the pandemic, we have observed overall but inconsistent increase in elementary school literacy proficiency rates, both at all schools and when isolating Title I schools. At the middle school level, we are seeing mixed results, and on the ACT high school, literacy proficiency is increasing. Again, there are significant proficiency gaps within these numbers, with some student groups severely underperforming when compared to other student groups. Our interim assessments are projecting similar elementary proficiency rates and an increase in middle school proficiency rates for this year. Science proficiency has been a challenge. We are observing historically low science proficiency through those slight increases in elementary and middle schools, both district-wide and in Title I schools. We are observing a decrease in high school science proficiency over the last 3 years, and again, there are significant proficiency gaps that exist within these results. Our graduation rate is increasing, and you can see Title I schools are outpacing the overall district rate. Similarly, the district rate is outpacing the state four-year graduation rate. In regard to recruitment, retention, and vacancy data, we hired approximately 1,000 new licensed professionals and approximately 1,800 new support professionals for the 23-24 school year. We experienced a 93% licensed professional retention rate in 22-23 and a 91% support professional retention rate in 22-23. We have approximately 1,500 licensed professional vacancies and approximately 900 support professional vacancies for the upcoming school year. I can share with you within approximately 2 to 3 days of being appointed interim superintendent, I selected Ms. Roanne Triana to serve as the Chief Human Resources Officer for the district. She's born and raised in Clark County and has served as an elementary, middle, and high school principal, and most recently as a Region 1 superintendent. I've worked with her over the years, and she has always led with a sense of urgency, putting the needs of students and educators first. In HR, we are quickly analyzing systems and structures to enhance the experience for candidates and are building leaders who are actively hiring educators for their schools. We are also working with a sense of urgency with high-quality customer service. As we discuss anticipated financial-related challenges and recommendations, we are concerned about the expiring ESSER funds and the sustainability of revenue sources. Moreover, we anticipate continued expenditure concerns, including inflation, PERS, needs to maintain facilities and equipment, maintaining curriculum and instructional materials, and mental health supports for our students. In alignment with these challenges, we recommend prioritizing legislation to support sustained education funding, continue progress toward optimal school funding, working with the Commission on school funding, and work together to solve challenges focused on education funding. We are grateful for the opportunity to operationalize the funds that the legislature has invested in our community's children. We recognize that we are a significant piece, but still one piece of a much larger machine working for the future of our children. And I do not take our part in that responsibility lightly. I look forward to continuing the work with you, other leaders, and the rest of our community to improve outcomes for all students. Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation. I know we'll have some questions, and candidly, I have a handful of questions here. I don't know that I'm going to ask them all, but I think you've touched on some of these, so I'll just go ahead and ask these while I think they're appropriate. The theme that I got through the beginning of the presentation, at least, was the prioritization of compensation for education professionals, support professionals. Obviously, that's critically important. I would think now, and I know I read an article about this, maybe it was this morning or yesterday, but with the new salary schedule, it certainly looks at CCSD is at least competitive with the Western United States and particularly Southern California. So can you give me a sense of what efforts are underway to recruit teachers currently? And then have you hired anyone from the outside to help with that? And again, I think I saw an article, I don't know where it was, but an article on exactly this point of CCSD's efforts to recruit additional teachers to fill those remaining vacancies.
Thank you for the question. Yesterday, we launched a recruitment campaign of which we are targeting Southern California. They are laying off some teachers in that area, so we're targeting them. that now we do have compensation that is comparable with our cost of living PERS and lack of state income tax. So we did launch an extensive recruitment campaign targeting also local colleges and universities. We will be having virtual job fairs, education job fairs, online job boards, social media, and streamlining platforms. So yesterday we were at Aggie Roberts and kicked off that campaign.
And then is that entirely an internal campaign, or do you have outside vendors that are helping in that process?
We did contract with someone to help us with the marketing piece.
Okay, great. And that takes care of recruitment. Talk to me a little bit. I know, there were some, I want to choose my words carefully, but there were heard some rumblings about some of the raises that were given, whether they were to new folks or, folks who had been with the district for a while. So if you could just talk to me a little bit about, in addition to recruiting talent here, which is important, what are we doing to make sure that we're retaining those current educators who, have the historical knowledge and been with the district for a long time, to make sure that they're not going elsewhere, whether it's elsewhere to teach or in different job fields altogether?
Thank you for the question. So for retaining our current employees, we do have schools have the ability to provide incentives for their employees at the school level. We do also provide a lot of professional learning for our educators, of which they are compensated at the new $50 an hour rate. So those are ways that we are retaining. Please know as well that we are working extremely hard on climate and culture to make sure that we have strong working conditions for our staff. And really showing them our appreciation and our value. I'm starting off with some listening sessions this week, and we'll continue those listening sessions into the upcoming school year with all of our employees and students.
Great. And committee, with your indulgence, I'll just go ahead and ask a few more, if you'll allow the chair the privilege to do so. I want to talk about ESSER dollars a little bit. You talked at the beginning about using some of the money to make sure, I guess I would say backfill, make sure that you're continuing your obligations. I had heard some information that some of the ESSER dollars were used for mental health support for systems. And so my question there is there a plan to continue those support services given that the ESSER dollars are expiring?
Thank you for the question. Brenda Larson Mitchell, for the record. I'll do better with that. Thank you. So yes, with our ESSER funding, we did purchase mental health supports for our students. We also purchased Panorama, which is a screener which students can identify that they need help. For the upcoming school year, we are going to continue purchasing Panorama, and we were able to find money to also purchase Hazel Health and Care Solace. It is pending approval, but we should have that approval mid-May.
One thing that I didn't see on your presentation, and not that it should have been there, but just something that I'm curious about, is the carryover dollars that each school can carry over. Do you have a sense, and if you don't have this information today, that's fine, but just trying to get a sense of like how much money in the aggregate we're talking about among schools in the districts that would potentially be carryover dollars. And then, the second part of that is obviously that's a school site decision about how to use those funds, but is the district, like the administrative level of the district, at all involved in working with the schools to figure out how to potentially use that money to improve student outcomes?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jason Gowdy for the record. So as of the last school year, there was approximately $260 million of school carryover as allocated through NRS 388G. And it varies. It's schools that have nothing up to several $million. So that's the overall component to it. Additionally, with SB 282 being approved in the last legislative session, we are working on how that will affect and require schools to develop plans, as well as then spend on a specific set of targeted items within a 2-year period to ensure that the fund balance gets down below the 5% threshold. And so we're establishing those protocols. Additionally, a lot of what was spent with ESSER funds throughout the last couple of years. We are continuing to analyze that data and have central teams that are working with principals and other groups within the district to identify those sort of programs that were most effective for different schools that could then be translated into the additional funds that the schools have and continue on with those pieces. So I'll leave it at that for now. Let Dr. Larson-Mitchell fill up and see if we can answer your question.
Thank you, Brenda Larson-Mitchell, for the record. So our principal supervisors work very closely and collaboratively with our principals. We have built protocol tools as those budget cycles come around, and we work with them on basically how they're going to be spending their money. Of course, they work very closely with their SOT, but just working with them alongside making sure that we're providing tiered supports for students and what resources they may need. We also have schools submit how they will be spending their carryover funds, and so they submit plans on those as well.
Okay, and just a couple more. I was looking at these graphs that you provided, and of course, I would say these are sobering numbers, but they're not surprising to members of this subcommittee because we did see these numbers during the last legislative session. So when I look at like the student achievements for mathematics, literacy, and science, it's a little interesting to me because it looks like, if you take mathematics, for instance, looks like the achievements a little higher in grades 3 through 5, and then kind of starts to decline a little bit in grades 6 through 8 and grade 11 in terms of the percentage efficiency, but not the other areas aren't necessarily like that. Literacy tends to be like sort of more flat across the board, and then the student achievement in science, I would say, is really interesting because grade 5 it's pretty low, grade 8 it's better, and then in some of the high school instances, it's sort of gone down. So I guess here's sort of my question. Obviously, we had this cataclysmic event known as COVID, which was, I have to tell you how disruptive it was, but are you able to look at sort of these graphs that you provided, and these are for basically the last 3 school years that we have data for. We won't have this year's until September, but are you able to make any conclusions in terms of like those 3 specific areas, mathematics, literacy, science, like what those trends mean and how we should be looking at those? Is it entirely COVID? Is it teacher vacancies in those fields once you get to high school or middle school? If you can sort of help us, because we have the graphs and you look at them and they make sense, but like what should we be taking away from the story that are being told in these 3 particular areas?
Thank you for the question, Brenda Larson-Mitchell, for the record. So, Chair, COVID has impacted greatly. Some of the research suggests that the average student will require 4.1 months of additional schooling to catch up with the pre-COVID levels in reading and 4.5 months in math. So COVID has drastically hurt our student outcomes. And those are for students who are average performing. So when we think about students who are demonstrating gaps, they need more time to get to pre-COVID. I would also say that our teachers work extremely hard, but we do have a lot of vacancies in the Clark County School District, and that does impact that as well. We have also had some challenges with climate and culture recently, and so I would say that has been a factor as well. When we think about Tier 1 instruction is what all students receive. Right? So high quality Tier 1 instruction, 80% of our students should be proficient. So the data tells us that we have a Tier 1 instruction problem, and that is why as a district, we've invested in Tier 1 instructional materials to make sure that students have equitable opportunities to engage in instructional materials that are aligned to the standards. So we've worked very hard on that, and that's where we're seeing those gains in mathematics because we've now had those Tier 1 instructional materials for 3 years. We've also built out specific explicit expectations for Tier 2. So students who are not successful in Tier 1, what does Tier 2 look like for them? So providing them with additional time. We also have approximately 73 schools in the district who are implementing reading skills centers, which provides Tier 2 and Tier 3 instruction in English language arts. And we also have schools that are providing after-school opportunities and summer learning opportunities. So there's a variety of indicators for the data. Again, the COVID pandemic hit us drastically. Also our teacher vacancies and some of the other things that I mentioned.
Thank you for that response. And, just looking at these graphs a little bit more on page 11 through 13, I do think it's encouraging that with the 22-23 school year, we are, sometimes seeing flat or a little bit of improvement. I want to caution, we had some discussion today about the new funding, but obviously, as you know, I want to caution that things don't change overnight. And I would have been very surprised if you came in with graphs from 22-23 that were dramatically better from the years before, because, we, for instance, just approved the SB 231 monies, I think, at the last IFC meeting. So I think it's going to take time for that to see that improvement. And so I would, again, just caution my colleagues, anyone who's listening, that, we're going to have to see at least a couple more cycles of data, I think, before we know what's happening. But that being said, I would expect with the investments that have been made that when we get an updated one of these after September, hopefully we're going to start to see some of these, whatever the new color is next to the light blue, we're going to see improvement. And I guess my question, this might be a little bit of an unfair question, and so you don't have to answer it specifically, but just in your sort of own mind, like, we have numbers here about what proficiency is. So for instance, mathematics, grade 11, we're at 19.2%, proficiency level 10.1% for Tier 1 schools. Like, internally, have you thought about, like, sort of long-term what the district's goals are? Like, what are we shooting for in terms of those three categories and what that proficiency rate realistically should be? And again, I know that's it's a lot baked in there, but I think it'll sort of help us to know. And I guess really the overarching question is, like, share your vision about what we should be expecting over the next couple of bienniums. Obviously, funding is going to continue to be an issue, but I think that we're committed to doing everything we can to continue this level of funding or augment it.
Thank you for the question, Brenda Larson Mitchell, for the record. I'll start with, I'm working extremely hard, and the team is working extremely hard in building trust and relationships with the community. And so that is something that we're working very hard in improving our culture and climate. We have, in the last 3 years, in the Clark County School District, within the Teaching and Learning Unit, we have worked extremely hard to build systems and structures. When I walked into the Deputy Superintendent's office in the midst of COVID, July 2020, we then flipped the 5th largest district upside down. When we got back, we have been working very hard on implementing instructional systems and structures. There was a blank slate. So immediately coming out of COVID, we implemented expectations for high quality Tier 1 instruction that were consistent across the district. Never had it before. We now are moving into what are the explicit Tier 2 instruction expectations, and then we will be working on Tier 3. We've also built out explicit systems instructions for professional learning communities, which is collaborative time in which in which teachers work together to plan instruction, they analyze data, and then they respond to students' needs. So we have built all of these systems and structures in the last 2 to 3 years. We provided professional learning and we're implementing them. So with those systems and structures, that is the right work. I expect for our student outcomes to improve. I would hope by 3 to 5% every year. We have to do better for our kids. I appreciate you, Chair Yeager, saying that it's going to take time. It is going to take time. I am probably the #1 person who hates to hear that because our children can't wait. We have to do better for our kids, and I can tell you that we are working extremely hard to put the right systems and structures in place for their achievement levels to grow.
Thank you for that response. Appreciate that. I'm going to hand it over to some other members to ask questions. We'll go next to Senator Don Darrell Loop.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for saying that we have to do better for our kids, because the last few years have just been, for lots of reasons, pretty painful to watch. One of the things I wanted to ask you about was you were talking about climate and culture, and you've mentioned that several times. I'm glad to know that you're going to do some listening tours, and I hope that as a school district we do, and I say we because I still see myself there, that we do listen. I think it's so important to hear the negative comments and to hear what people are actually thinking, because you can't fix it if you don't. The mental health piece, are there any of those, and I don't think so, but I'm just confirming, are there any of those pieces, Hazel, Solace, or Panorama, none of those are in person, are they? Are they all online?
I don't want to misspeak. Brenda Larson Mitchell for the record. If I could have Dr. Barton, chair, please.
Phone a friend, Dr. Barton, you're on.
Thank you, Chair, members of the committee. Senator, a great question regarding, Mike Barton for the record, by the way. Thinking about our portfolio of offerings for mental health, Care Solace is a referral service. It's not technically in person. It's done virtually and telephonically, where parents and community members can call to get a referral to a therapist. Telehealth is Hazel Health, which is done virtually, but it's real time where the students are on campus and receiving that telehealth service. And then we also have Panorama, which is administered as a universal screener in person at our school, so we can determine which students are the most in need. We also added recently, with the approval by our board, Hope Squad, which is also another in-person peer-to-peer, which was missing from our portfolio of offerings for mental health, where students can help other students in making sure that we're dealing with suicide ideation in real time and preventing tragedies. So we've also contracted recently with Hope Squad as well, Senator. Hopefully that addressed the question.
Yes, I just, I know how important it is for some of that in-person piece for certain kids. I actually like the online piece with some children because maybe their parents can't be there during the day to give that okay, or give that permission, or talk with a counselor, whatever it may be, and yet they could sit with their child in the afternoon or evening with someone, with a counselor, and do that. So I actually see the importance of having that online piece, but I just want to make sure that we don't get so far over here that we don't recognize that some kids need someone in front of them. It's no different than our in-person meetings and our Zoom meetings. And I just think that sometimes you gather more and you get more direct eye contact when you're with someone in person. So I don't want to ever give that up, because I think the mental health of our students is too important. So thank you for that. With the curriculum, in some areas, of course, we saw some growth, not as much as we wanted, but in some areas we saw some decline. Has there been any discussion about, even though it may not be time, and I always hesitate to say this, but, shifting a little bit and allowing some of the schools, some of the teachers, some of the, I don't even know what the entity might be there, to make some shift based on the population in their school. In other words, I know a reading program at one school that might be a 5-star school and a reading program at a 1-star school could be totally different, because the kids are very different and they are coming in at very different levels for educators. And so to use exactly the same program may not fit the exact same needs. And so then I see that teachers have the ability to use some of their own creativity there. But I know some of that I have heard is that, they have to be doing things a little bit more structured. I was just wondering how that's going and if there's been any discussion about how you might move forward with that to have those programs lend themselves to different schools and their needs.
Thank you for the question. Brenda Larson Mitchell for the record. One of the benefits of having consistent Tier 1 instructional materials is that we can provide intense professional learning, and we tend to have students who transition from school to school to school. So one of the benefits that we are hearing from our teachers and from our administrators is that when a student moves from one school to another, they are now used to the instructional materials that they have. We also now have pacing guides. So even when that student moves from this school to the next school, they are teaching the same standards roughly at about the same time. So that is also beneficial for our students. Sometimes our teachers move, and so it's nice to have those same instructional materials. This was our first year for ELA, which was HMH at the elementary and middle school level. So that has been, anytime you're implementing new curriculum, that has been a challenge. Our teachers and our administrators are working extremely hard. We do have Tier 1 monitoring tools, and we also have look-for tools to help provide coaching for our teachers and our administrators to implement them. At this point in time, we are implementing those consistently across the district to make sure that we have equitable opportunities for all of our children.
Thank you. And I actually agree with you. I think it's important with the transiency that we see. Is this professional development in person or is it online?
Thank you for the question, Brenda Larson Mitchell for the record. It's a mixture, Senator, both.
Okay. Once again, it's great to be able to go do it at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, but we know that the in-person training has a whole different piece to it. And the last question, and just for now, Speaker, maybe not forever. The last question I guess I would ask is that are the high schools in the same position? So if you have a high school teacher teaching English or teaching whatever they may be teaching, I don't care if it's government, are they all using that same? Are they in that same consistency, or are they allowed the opportunity to adjust to their curriculums?
Thank you for the question, Brenda Larson Mitchell for the record. We purchase consistent Tier 1 instructional materials in English, language arts, mathematics, and social studies at the high school level as well.
Okay. I think that's where I've heard a little bit of angst, if you will, because schools, your high schools and some of the courses in your high school, of course, are very, very different. So I think that the angst there is what we do at, I don't know, for one school, is it the same at another school when you have kids that come in, like a career in tech, for example? I don't know. It's not that those kids are smarter, brighter, more adept. That's not it. It's that the courses they may be taking may be different, right, than a comprehensive high school. And so I was just wondering about that as well. All right, stay tuned. I'll keep thinking. Thank you.
Okay, I know we have some questions up in Carson City, but I want to give folks down here in Las Vegas, anyone else with a question at the moment? I don't see any at the moment. So I think up in Carson City, I believe Assemblywoman Anderson and I think Senator Titus have a question, but I'll just pass it up there, and please just go ahead and ask all of your questions, and then we'll come back down here.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. I only have one question at this time, but similar to Senator, I might be thinking of some others. So we continue to hear when we're talking with people about the need to invest in public education, and how many people want to do that and how they agree with it, and they want to go into our classrooms, they want to go into our schools, they want to go into the people that are teaching at those schools and maybe the site-based administrator. But then they turn around and they say, but how do we make sure that it's actually going to the schools and the classroom and the bus drivers and the people that are day-to-day working with our students? So I guess my main question has to do with what is the percentage of the budget that's actually going to the Ed Shed or greenhouse if you're in Washoe, or whatever your school district headquarters is called. These are the people that help our students, yes, but they are not actually working day to day with them. So I'm just wondering what that percentage of the budget would be for those very specific areas.
I apologize. Jason Gowdy for the record, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. So there's a number of different ways to answer it because it's which pieces are central, which pieces are supports to school, et cetera. So I'm going to try and put the overall numbers in context. If you look at our tentative budget for 2024 and 2025, there are operating revenues of just around $3.5 billion. So that's and that includes local sources, which is primarily consistent of our interest income. It includes the state sources, which is primarily the PCFP, along with our our special education account. And that's what essentially comprises the $3.5 billion. When we break that down into the major components, there is about $2.3 billion, and I don't have that percentage off the top of my head, $2.3 billion, which is dedicated to strategic budgets. And these are the local school precincts that were created under AB 469, which became NRS 388G. And those are the school funds, which obviously then the carryover. So those are directly funded into schools. So that is $2.3 billion of that amount. Additionally, there is $668 million, $669 million, which is special education services, which are provided directly. And of that $669 million, there is only about $66 million, which would not be essentially in the classroom or transportation for special ed. So that is right around 90% of those dollars are essentially within the schools themselves. Hopefully that provides you enough information. Obviously, we can pull some more detailed information for you if requested.
Thank you so much. And I think what the answer has done is actually muddied the waters even more in my mind. But I appreciate it because there are so many different layers to that. So with the budget, what you're saying then is of the operating budget, $2.3 billion is dedicated to the school budgets that go to the schools on their own, but the additional $1.2 billion is going towards district personnel that might be running different programs or making sure transportation is being utilized correctly. Or have I done my math incorrectly and I did not quite understand the 7-layer cake of the budget that this appears to be?
Thank you. Jason Gowdy for the record. So you did understand it, but there's one component of the $1.1 billion that from the $2.3 billion that we spend in schools up to the $3.4, approximately 660, what was the exact number here? The $668 million was related to the special education component, and of that, around $600 million is directly in the classroom. So if you take the 2.3 plus the 6, you have about almost $3 billion that is essentially directly in schools or classrooms. And then additionally, The vast majority of the other services that are in that remaining $400 million include things, transportation for our general ed students, maintenance of schools, which includes facilities as well as schools themselves, and then the central services staff. And that's the central component to it. So hopefully that provides a little bit more context.
It does, and I appreciate that. And for the other school districts that might be in the room, I'll be asking something similar. I will be asking something similar. But if you could possibly give us the percentage of, at some point, what exactly is utilized for central staff, as you refer to it as. Because I think that is something that, as somebody walking around asking to be reelected, or even individuals speaking about our historic investment, this is something that people say and wonder about when they see some pretty alarming headlines. And so any sort of clarification on that would be greatly appreciated to us, with that very specific percentage of what actually goes into the central office, without transportation being included, without special education student help being included. I think that's a very important element as well to go into. Thank you, Chair. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Assemblywoman. And I wanted to ask, I was looking at the information that the district provided back in March, and we got this at a glance 22-23 document, and on the back it had a dollar with like 10 breakdowns on here, and it did say at a glance is published annually by the communications unit, with the last revision being 12-22. So I'm hoping that there might be an updated one of these, and maybe there'll be another updated one in December of 24, because I don't know that the categories align exactly with Assemblywoman Anderson's questions, but I think it is helpful to kind of see these 10 different buckets of money. So we just would ask, if you have an updated one of these, could you present it to the committee after today, and then we'll look forward to getting a new one in December, and hopefully that will answer some questions. By the way, I thought this was, you can tell I held on to this since March. I thought this was really helpful to just get a sense of what was going on in the district. So well done, and whoever came up with this graphic, it was very useful. Okay, Assemblywoman Anderson, I think we had your question. Senator Titus, I believe you had a question or two as well.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Chair, for the ability to ask a question. I appreciate your presentation, and I want to ask a question about the slide number 8 on your handout. You list some of the things that have been improved, or you hopefully will help by increased compensation. And one of those things you list is social emotional support and wraparound services, and sub to that is chronic absenteeism. So there was a presentation last session by the superintendent regarding the number of children that basically were lost after COVID, that there weren't any numbers, what happened to these, whether they moved away, whether they are staying home, or what happened to these kids. And I pulled up trying to get some more information on the data interaction for Nevada Accountability Portable, and looked at the chronic absenteeism for Clark County in particular, and looked at the years from 2018 on to now, and the percent of absenteeism changes pretty dramatically from 21.9 in 2018 to 2019, and then high point of 40.6 in 2021, 22, and then now 38.3 in the recent one, 22, 23. Does this include, by listing a percent of students absent, you have to know that they exist based on the criteria of what absenteeism is. These numbers, and this is the question, they don't include the students that you don't know where they are, or does that number include those students? And if so, how are you measuring that?
Thank you for the question, Brenda Larson Mitchell. For the record, our chronic absenteeism includes our students who are enrolled in our district.
So can you tell me then, with using that enrollment, compared to, say, the enrollment you had pre-COVID, have your numbers gone up in enrollment? Have you gone down in number of students? Again, this figure that has bothered me substantially since I heard it initially, losing 10,000 kids. They never came back. I'm wondering, what you think that figure might be now, and where would you try to find that data?
Thank you for the question. Chair, if I may have Greg Manzi respond, please. Thank you.
Chair, Greg Manzi for the record. Our enrollment has slightly declined from pre-COVID, so we are seeing, but stable where we're at about 300,000 students, and that information is readily available on Nevada Report Card, where we report out our annual enrollment information as well, and it includes it by grade level too for disaggregation.
So your numbers have actually gone down, but you feel they're stable now. So you still didn't answer my question about that 10,000 figure that we were quoted at some time ago. So perhaps you can do better. Maybe I can get some more information. Do you know if that number includes kids who are homeschooled? And if so, what is the increase in number of homeschoolers now compared to pre-COVID in Clark County?
Thank you for the question. The enrollment number for the district does not include, Greg Manzi for the record, the enrollment number for the district does not include homeschool students. Those students are not actively enrolled in the district. They're processed as a withdrawal, so they're not included in the enrollment number. That's processed through our homeschool office where parents do file that information. We did see an uptick during COVID of those homeschool applications, and then it's a one-time thing, so we don't track that beyond the one-time submission for those students when that's completed.
So do you have a number on pre-COVID, post-COVID, how many homeschoolers you have in Clark County that have filed initially? Is that something your school district follows?
Greg Manzi for the record, thank you for the question. That's something we'd have to research for you and bring back.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it, and I'm sure the rest of the members would like to know that also, because it's a question of we're trying to represent all Nevada children here and make sure we have improved outcomes. And I have, as the speaker said, has quoted a couple times, read some articles about the increase in number of homeschoolers, and I'm just wondering where they are in the mix. And I'm concerned that your enrollment has decreased in Clark County. And I would just like some more data input on that, on some of these numbers. And I think we've lost a bunch of children. So thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the questions.
You're welcome, Senator. And we're going to go back to Senator Dondero Loop, who I think has a question or comment related to your question.
I have a couple questions, but I'll jump to Senator Titus's discussion. And I would just clarify there, not that I know what the school district is doing currently, but I will tell you, Senator Titus, that many homeschool families, for example, may not even know that they need to register. And so we may have lost children through that. The other thing that can happen is a family could pick up and move to another state or another country. And if that school does not request the records from the school that that child has previously been at, then we don't know where that child has been. If a child is at Douglas County High School and goes into Bishop McNogue in Reno, Bishop McNogue doesn't request the records, we don't know that that child went into the private school in Reno. So it's not against the law, if you will, to not request records. So depending on the school, the state, the country, the homeschool, wherever these students go, it could just be that we have lost some of these kids because of the pandemic and the movement and the transiency that happened during that time. That isn't an excuse, it's just a fact, and it happened. It's been happening for decades. I mean, it wasn't just the pandemic. We would have kids leave all the time, and we didn't know where they went. So if schools and school districts don't communicate with each other, we don't know where students go necessarily. And I don't know if that makes the answer worse or better, but I do know that that's the simplified version of what happens. Speaker, if you don't mind, I'd just like to ask one other question, and maybe this is even a comment as well for all of you as you do these listening tours. I think that we need to listen. We need to put we need to listen to our teachers and our students and our parents, of course, that have students. And I think we need to listen to all those people. But I think we also need to address principals and administrators that are working with these with these children. And I don't mean that as they're not doing the right thing. I just want to make sure that we are kind of covering all of our levels that we have, because I think sometimes it's, it might be easy to go in to listen to the teachers and the parents, but then we don't address what's going on in that administration level or higher. And I'm not sure either that that our principals have time to have, I think we need to start to trust our personnel to do what they're doing. I guess that's where I want to go with it. I'm just going to go straight in. I know that we can't change our schools without changing ourselves. And so I worry about the over micromanagement. And I'm not saying we shouldn't have some oversight or, supervision of what we're doing, but I think at some point we also need to trust the professionals that they are. Thank you.
Do we have any additional questions for the Clark County School District here in Las Vegas? Not seeing any. How about up in Carson City? Any final questions before we let the Clark County School District folks go along their way? Okay, I'm not hearing any. Again, thank you for being here today and for bringing so many people. We are very aware that you have a lot going on and you have a huge responsibility, so we're just very appreciative that you spent most of your day with us today. And then we just continue to look forward to a continued conversation about how we can work together collaboratively to improve outcomes for students and make sure that we have the best and brightest teaching and as support professionals in our schools. So thanks for all your hard work. Appreciate it. Okay, that takes us through agenda item number 5, the first presentation from the Clark County School District. So we're going to go next to the Washoe County School District. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe we have our Washoe County folks up in Carson City, which would make a lot of sense. So if you want to come to the table there, and I see looks like we have an army of folks, and I think my eyesight is not as good as it used to be, but I think I see Dr. McNeil, our interim superintendent there. Yes, and so likewise, thank you for spending the day with us, and we'll give you a chance to go through the presentation, and then I know we'll have some questions, and we already did hear from Assemblywoman Anderson that she's going to have the same question for you that she had of the Clark County School District in terms of percentage of spending, so if you're able to address that in the presentation, that would be helpful as well. So please go ahead when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Speaker and members of the committee. First of all, we want to thank you so very much for this opportunity for our presentation today. For the record, Interim Superintendent Kristen McNeil. With me today, I am very privileged to have Mr. Mark Mathers, our Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Katie Louise Weir, our Interim HR Officer, and Mr. Joe Ernst, our Innovations Officer for the school district. So thank you very much. With our presentation today, I'm going to see if I can bring this up. And there we are. Everybody, please understand that I am technologically not the best, and so we're going to just go with this right now. So, for our agenda today, please understand that we are going to be going through a summary of our increased funding, and thank you very much to our legislature. We're going to update you on how that additional funding is being used. We're going to continue that update with how it is being utilized to improve our graduation rates as well as our student outcomes. We're going to talk a little bit about our funding challenges that we continue to have. And then also, we really want to kind of dive into our recruitment, retention, and our currency vacancy rates. Also noted, thank you once again for Senate Bill 231 and the additional funding that we have there. So I'm going to turn this over to our illustrious CFO, Mr. Mark Mathers, at this point in time.
Great. Thank you very much. Again, for the record, Mark Mathers, Chief Financial Officer. So turning to slide 4, this is a summary of the increased funding Washoe County School District received as part of the $1 billion per year increased funding statewide for K through 12. For us, that translated to increased funding in terms of state funding of just under $125 million in the fiscal year 23-24 budget. And then for the coming fiscal year, we are anticipating an increase of $13 million, or just around 2%. Needless to say, but I'll say it anyhow, the increased funding we received this fiscal year was amazing. It was a game changer. We're truly appreciative of the state's support for K through 12 and what that can mean for our employees and students. So we, again, very much appreciate that. Just quickly going through the different components of our funding for auxiliary services, which for us just means transportation services. We actually saw a small decline of funding. This funding is based on historical average costs, and with COVID, we saw transportation costs decline. So kind of feeling the effects of that, a fairly minor decrease, but a decrease nevertheless. And then our local spending, special education dollars decreased slightly as well to fiscal year 24. And later on in the presentation and our funding challenges, we will cover special ed in a little bit more depth. Turning to the next slide then, this focuses on our general fund and the base per pupil funding we receive. Our base per pupil funding increased almost $2,000. We went from $7,318 per pupil in base per pupil funding to a little over $9,200 per pupil funding in fiscal year 24. Again, a game changer for us. This chart on this slide breaks out how that was utilized. And so we do have some what we consider non-discretionary costs. Those are merit increases for our employees, health insurance cost increases, and we are continuing to see increases to our electricity and other utilities costs. That was roughly $20 million, leaving us with an increase in the general fund of just around $71 million. We use $61 million of that, or 6 out of every 7 additional dollars for employee compensation. That manifested itself in terms of a 14% cost of living adjustment for teachers in the current fiscal year, which was then supplemented by SB 231 funding, which equated to 4%. And then teachers get an additional 2% next fiscal year. So in total, over 2 years, they saw a 20% increase to salaries. All other units, including the leadership team, received slightly less than that, 13.2% in the current fiscal year, and then 2% next fiscal year. And I can talk more about leadership team salaries or general admin costs, based on any questions you may continue to have there. But again, the leadership team received the same amount of a COLA as our classified, professional, technical, and school administrators did. So again, 6 out of every 7 additional dollars went to employee compensation. Our board did reserve, last bullet point, $10 million for additional funding to implement our new strategic plan. So this goes for new positions, new programs, retention of positions that were funded by federal stimulus dollars, and so forth. And we're going to cover that in the next section. That's really the kind of the meat or the heart of our presentation, how we're using the additional funding to make changes in our students' lives. In terms of weighted funding, next slide, we again saw tremendous increases in the current fiscal year. Our weighted funding went up roughly 2.5 to 3 times. Again, incredibly grateful for the legislature for funding those 3 categories of weighted funding. You'll note for next fiscal year, our funding for at-risk students drops by 1/3. And again, that's a real funding challenge we wanted to cover with you, and we plan to later on in the presentation. So that is a concern of ours, but overall, again, a game changer for these students, and we're investing heavily in new programs and additional staffing in those areas, which again, we'll cover later on in the presentation. So that concludes kind of how much money we received, and then we'll turn it over to the next presenter to talk about how we're using that.
Thank you. For the record, Interim Superintendent Kristen McNeil. And as Mr. Mathers was speaking about, our board invested the additional funding, which is approximately $10 million, regarding the implementation of our 3-year strategic plan. We are currently in the first year of implementation of our 3-year strategic plan. And there you have the 5 goals around a strong start for every child, where we talk about the early learning, our pre-K programs, and a strong investment within making sure that our children are able to start school. And then our student voice and advocacy, talking about making sure that our students have that support. We have a very strong program in the Washoe County School District regarding student advocacy and student voice. Safety and belonging, this is where you're going to see a lot of our mental health supports, our counselors, our social workers, and a strong investment in those mental health supports. Our academic growth and achievement, you'll see in a later slide that the strong bulk of the funding went into academic achievement. And then finally, empowering all of our learners so when they walk across that stage in just a few weeks, that they are ready to go, whether they're going to serve our country in the military, whether they're going to go right into a career or into post-secondary education. So when you see what the summary of our fiscal year 25 budget approvals, you will see where the goals are that I just spoke of and the total costs. But what I would like for you to key in on is our board really made an emphasis, as well as our leadership, to make an impact around people over programs in the Washoe County School District. So where you see the total FTEs of 242.5, that's a strong impact when we talk about what's going to make the most impact within our schools. It's not necessarily the programs, but it's going to be the people that are implementing those programs. And so a very strong emphasis on people over programs. I won't go into great detail on these next few slides, but just to call out, when we talk about the additional supports for our high-need schools, we have a set of schools, there's approximately 12 schools that we have in our collaborative schools, and these schools will be receiving additional resources. Most of these schools are Title and 1- and 2-star schools. So we talk about instructional coaches at our middle schools with a focus on mathematics. As you've seen in prior presentations today, mathematics is a concern across our state and most notably in our district as well. So we're putting an emphasis around that at our middle schools. Importantly, our board took the bold step into reducing our 4th and 5th grade class sizes at our 1- and 2-star schools. Our intervention budgets at high schools, including graduation advocates that track every single child. When we walk into our high schools for our graduation monitoring visits, our principals, our counselors, and our teachers know exactly where those children are, whether they are on track or they're behind track, and what the interventions are going to be. We're also going to be increasing the amount of our EL teachers so that our schools with high populations of EL learners will have that support. When we talk about additional supports for academic achievement, this is really very, very exciting when we talk about the elimination of barriers for our students. Another bold step that our board took was the elimination of fees for career technical education, our international baccalaureate and our advanced placement classes, and our dual enrollment. Students in the Washoe County School District will no longer have the barriers of not being able to afford those programs because our board is paying for those fees. We're also adding 10 additional hours, so it becomes a benefited position within our school district for our educational technology specialists within our elementary schools. And finally, as I mentioned earlier, the expansion of our pre-K programs, very exciting when we talk about our new pre-K programs, our teacher aides and assistants, as well as the stabilization of grant funding in our pre-K programs. For the support around student engagement and belonging, I mentioned before the expansion of our Student Voice program. We're going to be expanding clubs and activities. When we talk about student engagement, we've talked a lot about chronic absenteeism. When we're in our schools, we know that in order for our children to show up to schools, one thing that engages those children are the clubs and activities that they have a connection with, as well as we're now going to be adding 6th grade sports. So when our children enter middle school, I know, Assemblyman Gray, we're very excited about that. So when our children go into middle school, they're going to be able to play athletics just as their high schoolers are going to be able to do. Not at the same competition level, but they will be able to engage with that, as well as expanding our nationally recognized parent-teacher home visit program. And finally, implementing system-wide improvements. In order to make all these things happen, we need to have the sinew in order to make these connection points. And so we're going to be investing in program evaluation because we want to make sure that these dollars are effective. When we talk about the summary of where these additional costs are going, you'll see down at the bottom that $25 million in improved costs, almost 88% of those costs, yes, make a star next to that. We are dedicated to personnel through new positions, funding shifts to stabilize our funding of positions, and maintaining our positions that may be going away. And with that, I am going to turn it over to the fabulous Mr. Joe Ernst.
Thank you, Dr. McNeil. Joe Ernst for the record. So what we'd like to do now is present some of the baseline data in terms of how we determined to use the funds in the ways that we did. As some of our colleagues had mentioned earlier, our students are currently finishing up their Smarter Balanced assessments, and our high school seniors are in the 4th quarter, kind of pushing forward to graduation. So with that, we'll dive into the data. So what you can see in front of you here is this slide shows our Smarter Balanced results, and this is in English Language Arts, and it shows it for the past 4 years. And what you can see is that our multilingual and our special education students both declined last year along with the rest of our school district. The next slide is for our Smarter Balanced assessment with math, 3rd through 8th grade. What you can see here is that both our special education and our multilingual students improved proficiency while our districts held steady as a whole. We, like most other districts nationally, are not yet back to those pre-pandemic levels of performance. There was a question a little bit earlier today about where we may have seen some pockets of getting back to that pre-pandemic levels of academic performance. And we are excited that in certain grade levels, specifically down in elementary school, we have seen performance over the past couple of years that is consistent with the pre-pandemic performance levels. So I think that gives us some optimism. The next slide we'll look at is really on science. And you can see this is a real area of need for our special education and multilingual students. This is an area that really emphasizes the need for our particular investment with our multilingual population. We're excited to be adding nearly 50 additional EL staff. It's been talked about by Dr. McNeil, and we think that this will have significant support towards teaching language acquisition. We know that one of the keys in science achievement is really a strong understanding of the academic language, which can be a particular barrier for our multilingual students who are still developing their language skill. The new per pupil investment in our English language teachers will specifically support our multilingual populations with this rich academic language. And we're excited to see how the large-scale investment support of our science achievement for all students, and again, particularly for multilingual students over the coming years. So again, we can see how the weighted funding formula is really helping support an identified need within the school district. And then this is to try to give a little bit better context. So the previous data was from last year's test results. And as we talked earlier, we'll get those new results coming in September, this year, September 15th. But what this is this is some iReady results. And these are interim measures. And this was an investment, and it's an assessment that is supporting our educators and students with more frequent data to help drive their instructional needs and decisions so that we can make more immediate course corrections with our funding investments instead of waiting until smarter balanced data arrives after the school year concludes. We've been engaging in a comprehensive evaluation. There's been some questions and comments earlier today about getting feedback. And one of our efforts with iReady is really a comprehensive evaluation to look at the implementation of the first year programming. We have seen encouraging results from our teachers and from our administrators in terms of the first year of implementation. From this evaluation, we also get insights as to how we can improve going forward. But what we can see here is that we have seen some growth with our multilingual and our special education students. And then the next slide, again, this is also iReady, and it shows similar that we have seen some initial signs of improvement with our multilingual and special education students, and really as a district have taken a substantive step forward in terms of projecting math proficiency towards this year's tests. We know that graduation is our North Star, and here we wanted to show our graduation rates over time. You can see really a 10-year profile there. Though we've seen some declines post-pandemic, mainly as a result of changes to how diplomas are factored into the graduation calculation, we're still proud to remain above 80% threshold, and perhaps more importantly, and this is something I really hope to draw your attention to, is that we have really never sacrificed rigor. Nearly half of all our students the past decade have gone beyond the standard diploma and earned honors, CCR, or advanced diploma, which we know really prepares them for their post-secondary options. So that's really a highlight that we have from the school district. And finally, we're dedicated to continuing our supports. Dr. McNeil talked about removing some barriers of access. And so in doing that, you can see on this slide that we do have a high proportion of graduates earning credit in advanced coursework. And we're proud that nearly 70% of our graduates have earned coursework in these areas. But we do see achievement gaps, and that's where this is helpful, and that's where we can see how the weighted funding really supports the school needs. We've dedicated a substantial portion of our new per pupil funding to intentionally closing these opportunity gaps at a rapid pace by eliminating the financial access that Dr. McNeil spoke about. We've committed funding to removing all fees for these courses and are building a new CTE school that will allow over 850 students to participate in CTE and dual credit coursework. We're also excited that we have a partnership with UNR where we're having high school teachers teach courses at the high school sites. This is allowing us to grow our dual credit. And then our final slide is a comparison slide. There's been conversations today just regarding our title schools versus non-title schools. And so as was requested, we also wanted to show this measure between the two. Probably like most districts in the country, we do see sizable achievement gaps between non-title and Title I schools. We see those in the elementary and middle school levels. However, as you can see over to the far right, we work tremendously hard to reduce these gaps over time so that by graduation, and consistent with what Clark County School District shared, the gaps between title and non-title schools are reduced substantially. And finally, the last slide is regarding acing accountability. There has been conversation about that throughout the day. We wanted to highlight that we have worked to align our monitoring processes to where we know we're going to see these new per pupil funds pay the highest dividends. the Nevada Department of Education asked us at each school district to select 2 areas where we wanted to feature our progress publicly through acing accountability. We appropriately selected our English language performance and language acquisition specifically, as well as gains in advanced course completion amongst our free and reduced lunch students. So what we hope to demonstrate here is you can see really good alignment with how we're looking at using our funds to support the areas of where they're intended to most support. We're in the early days of these investments, but just want to convey how important these funds will be for addressing our district's greatest needs, and we look forward to sharing the positive impact, and we're certain that they're going to have in the coming years. So with that, I'll go ahead and turn it back over to Mr. Mathers to talk a bit more about funding challenges.
Great. Thank you. Again, for the record, Mark Mathers, Chief Financial Officer. So one of the areas we were asked to weigh in on by LCB was the area of funding challenges. I don't want to take away from, again, the appreciation and the magnitude of dollars we received in both general education base per pupil funding and weighted funding in the current biennium. But we were asked to speak to it. So on this slide, we cover one of 2 topics we wanted to kind of hone in on, drill down on. Again, I guess I would say I would share Clark County School District's concerns overall for some of the cost trends we see, greater retirement costs, greater inflation that eat away at dollars. But more specifically, one of our areas of concern is at-risk funding. I sit on the Commission on School Funding, and this has been a focus of ours in terms of fine-tuning how we might measure at-risk children and make sure that it's done equitably and transparently. And that work will continue, and I'm sure we'll have recommendations for the legislature in the coming biennium. But more specifically, for next fiscal year, we saw kind of a very distressing trend for us, and that was that we saw a decline of at-risk students as calculated using Infinite Campus's grad score of 1/3. So in 1 year, allegedly, the number of at-risk kids in Washoe dropped from 4,900 to 3,100. Kind of hard to believe that we could see that kind of transformation in 1 year. We are trying to drill down on understanding how that could happen, but that is a significant drop in our funding to support these students. That kind of volatility in funding makes it incredibly hard to budget the staff personnel needed to support those students. And in our view, it kind of penalizes districts that do a good job with these students. If funding is taken away immediately from students when there's progression and they rise above the 20th percentile of students, we don't think that's good public policy. But again, the Commission on School Funding is looking at this and will come back, I'm sure, to the legislature with thoughts and recommendations. And I know much of the legislature is concerned about this area as well. And then our second area, just in terms of funding challenges, does come in terms of special education. This originally was a category of weighted funding, and all of the studies that kind of prepped the implementation of the new pupil-centered funding plan, it's now been taken out of weighted funding in the waterfall of funding in the plan. But these are, students with the most significant serious needs. And because we were able to offer significant cost of living adjustments for our special education staff, we see cost increases there, and yet funding for special education has remained very flat. So our right now, Washoe County School District contributes the most dollars towards special education services versus the state or federal government. And in fact, and so as a result of the cost of living adjustments and the compensation increases for staff, we're actually seeing the burden on Washoe County School District to fund special education services increasing $16 million this fiscal year, net of any additional state special education funding. That comes from our general education dollars and our general fund budget. So that's an area of concern as well. We need to keep up with special education funding to support those students. We see cost increases as well as a rising number of students in that category.
All right, Katie Louise Weir, for the record, I'm going to give a quick update on recruitment, retention, and current vacancy rates in our school district. Very similar to the story in Clark County School District. It's a little early to say exactly where we are. But essentially what we're telling you is over the course of from a snapshot, 3 different snapshots as you see on the graph, that our vacancy rate has decreased from 4.51% in November 2022 to 3.31% in April 2024. And that's also with some slight increase in positions this year, and then there will be, of course, significant increase in positions next year. You also see that we also put on there that the vacancy rate for education support professionals has decreased from 12.36% in November of 2022 to 6.45% in April of 2024. Another important thing not on the slide, but to note based upon questions you all asked, I'm also excited to announce that I think relative to the cost of living adjustments that Chief Mathers spoke to earlier, we have a significant reduction in retirements for teachers and administrators. Still a little early to give those exact numbers, but I'll tell you we have no principals retiring. I hate to say that on record right now, but as of right now, we have no principals retiring. Of our 103, that's pretty significant for our system, considering we onboarded 24 new principals last year. So that is another really exciting thing there as far as a recruitment update.
For the record, Kristen McNeil, Interim Superintendent for the Washoe County School District. So just real quickly, just to summarize, we really wanted to just highlight, that we were able to provide with the additional funding. Thank you once again for that. Our board approved 13 to 14% COLAs for all of our employee groups, as well as the implementation of our new strategic plan. We went into quite detail around the weighted funding, expanding supports for our at-risk students. Mr. Mathers went into great length as far as some of our concerns around the at-risk funding, and I want to caution around that as well too. And then our expansion of our pre-K programs, and then finally for a thank you once again for Senate Bill 231 to provide an additional 4% cost of living adjustments for those employees that were able to get that additional funding. And then just the last 2 bullet points, the increased funding has assisted in reducing our vacancy rates, which Ms. Weir just went over. And then obviously we have great hope, and sometimes when we talk about hope, we really want to kind of dive deep into that as far as what does that mean. And we are looking very forward to sharing our results when we come back next year. Well, most everybody's coming back next year, but with that, we are super excited about all of these results. And again, we just cannot thank the legislature enough for the additional funding that we were able to provide to make sure our students have everything that they need. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Appreciate that. And again, appreciate you putting this together and submitting it early for us to take a look at. I'm going to start with questions up in Carson City. I believe Assemblyman Gray has a question, and then Assemblywoman Anderson. I wasn't sure if your question from before got answered, but we'll go ahead and start up there with questions. So Assemblyman Gray, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Weir, yes, excited about the sports, not because I'm a sports fanatic, but anytime kids get outside and play and, roughhouse and do whatever they need to do, it's a good thing. With regards to the parent-teacher home visit program, what exactly is the purpose of it? That's question one. Are there any reports or notes generated? And also, have any of those home visits resulted in any, since you're mandatory reporters, have any of those resulted in CPS referrals?
Interim Superintendent Kristen McNeil for the record. I don't have the data on the CPS. What we really structure our parent-teacher home visits around is adding additional layers of support for our families. So we usually will have a teacher or an administrator. Sometimes we'll have a counselor or a social worker go. Just recently, our brand new chief of police offered to have our school police involved, but that it is really around welcoming the family. And so we will always make the outreach to the family. When I've gone on parent-teacher home visits, sometimes those families, they go to great lengths. They'll have meals prepared for the visitors, but it's really around sitting down around the kitchen table or on the couch, being able to talk about what is it that they need in order to make their children successful. So it's really the onus is on the district to make sure that we are doing the outreach. What do our families need? Are they having access? Do they need help filling out applications for free and reduced lunch? Are there transportation issues? Are there issues around with the parents having access to employment? We will go to great lengths to give them the services that they need. And we follow actually a model, it's a national model that we were able to kind of copy out of Sacramento. And I have to give kudos to Delisa Crane, our Director of Family School Partnerships in our school district, for really getting this program up and running. But because of the additional funding that we received, we're able to expand that program to several more schools this coming school year.
So is that visit made to every student or selected students? What's the criteria for reaching out to the family?
Kristen McNeil, Interim Superintendent, for the record. So it will depend on, if there is a family that, has requested that particular service. But it's really around making sure that if the teacher has a concern, but it's not always around a family that is struggling. And so we will do the outreach for the family. In fact, I think Assemblywoman Natha Anderson has gone on parent-teacher home visits. So there's not a set criteria. If there is a concern around chronic absenteeism or, the child exhibits some additional behaviors or something such as that, then we will go maybe a different route. This is really a positive visit for the family.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And if you guys had this program, chronic absenteeism, you guys would be camping out on my porch when I was a kid.
Assemblywoman Anderson, did you have a question or was yours answered?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's the same question I asked of the Clark County School District, and I'll understand if you do not have it at this time, but what percentage of the budget is actually done for what we call the greenhouse in Washoe County, or administrative services that do not have direct contact with students?
Yes, so Mark Mathers, Chief Financial Officer, for the record. So we budget per state law by function, and there are two functions, general administration and central administration, that I think speak to your question. So those functions would encompass not just the superintendent and leadership team salaries, but also our business office, our human resources office, our IT department, and various other kind of what you would consider overhead services. Per state regulation, there are caps on how much we can spend for general and central admin that vary by number of students in districts. Our cap is 7.5%, again, per state regulation, and we actually spend much less than that. Our percentage of total expenses is 6.1%. And again, that also covers not just salaries and benefits of staff, but things like IT contracts, right? Our Microsoft contracts included in that cost. So I hope that answers your question.
It does, and thank you so much for letting me know about the regulation as well. And then I do have a second question, if I may, Mr. Chair. I'll just go forward until you tell me
yes.
no. It is on the information that was provided regarding the students' reading score as well as the math scores with the iReady. There's been different discussions about utilizing iReady in addition to the state mandated test. So I'm wondering if there has been any discussion at the district level with the Department of Education, the State Department of Education, of being able to utilize just one test, especially for our third graders who it appears are going through almost 25 tests, it feels like, throughout the year. So has there been discussion through the district level to just have them do one test as opposed to so many others?
Thank you for the question, Joe Ernst, Chief Continuous Improvement Officer. I think it's a really important question, particularly when we're looking at kindergarten through third grade students. We have engaged in many conversations with a request to substitute iReady in replacement of MAP. Unfortunately, at this point, we are not able to move forward in that direction. We do think that there is a great deal of comparability when you look at the two tests. However, at this time, we are still mandated to have our students take both tests, the MAP tests and the iReady. One of the things that might be interesting to note about iReady is it really provides a terrific personalized educational pathway with the resources needed for whatever specific area the students are working on. And so while it is an assessment, it's also a very helpful instructional resource for our K-8 teachers.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any additional questions in Carson City? Okay, how about here in Las Vegas? Senator Don Darrell Loop, please.
Thank you very much.